Yo, what is up, gamers? I can finally talk about what I've been itching to talk about for almost 2 weeks now. I got to play Elden Ring Nightreign, and it is fantastic. Plus, you're about to see brand new gameplay straight from Software, and some very important announcements. So before we dive into the FAQ, the AMA, the Ask Me Anything, save your questions from 20 minutes from now. This video is extremely important. It's going to answer a lot of your questions, number one, but number two, you're going to love it. Let's watch. This is, of course, on my YouTube channel, in case you missed it. Hey guys, Oro here, and last month I was fortunate enough to get invited out to Las Vegas by From Software and Bandai Namco to get an early sneak peek at Elden Ring Nightreign. For this event, I wasn't allowed to record, so the gameplay you're watching right now is provided by From Software. In this video, I'm going to talk about my experience with the game after having played it for a few hours. Now, before we started playing, they had some important announcements to share with us. Number 1, Elden Ring Nightreign releases on May 30th. Number 2, there will be DLC that includes new characters and biomes. Number 3, there will be a collector's edition of the game that includes the DLC and a statue of Wilder, the knight with the grappling hook. Number 4, there will also be a Wilder helmet replica for sale, similar to the Melania and Mesmer helmets. I'm super excited that we don't have to wait too much longer to get our hands on the full game. Anyways, continuing on, I got to team up with 2 of my friends who just happen to be some of the best Elden Ring players in the world, Iron Pineapple and Lobos Jr. We made one hell of a team and absolutely decimated the entire game. But unfortunately, our event had constant disconnects due to terrible hotel internet. They didn't have time to test it because of a last-second venue change due to the LA fires. It sucks, but what can you do? All the other events apparently ran smoothly and had 0 disconnects. So it wasn't the game. Because our event was basically 2-player only, none of us were able to beat the final boss. In fact, only 2 teams even made it to him. Our team made it with just 2 players, and another team that miraculously had no disconnects made it as well. At the other events, however, every single team beat the final boss. This really goes to show the power of teamwork, which is why I even bothered to share all of this. This game is clearly balanced around having all 3 players present. Playing and beating this game solo is still possible, but it will be extremely challenging. Teamwork is the name of the game. Communication is key, and sticking together makes a world of difference. We ended up just playing without our headsets so we could communicate with each other in real time. Chatting about our strategies, loot, and attacks was extremely helpful. It was made super evident that this game really rewards teamwork. When all 3 of us were connected and actually able to play, it was a seriously incredible experience. Even with the constant disconnects, we had an absolute blast with the game. It's super fun, challenging, and rewarding. Now, before I talk more about my experience, let's take a step back and ask, what exactly is Nightreign? Nightreign is a roguelike, which is a style of game traditionally characterized by procedurally generated levels, random power-ups, and permanent death of the player character. In a good roguelike, no 2 runs are ever the same. If you played games like Hades, Dead Cells, or Risk of Rain, you understand how fun roguelikes can be when done well. They have near infinite replayability. My hope for Nightreign is that it achieves this and more. Now, when you start Nightreign, the first thing you do is select your character. There are 8 different characters to choose from in the base game, each with different passives, abilities, and dodges that dramatically change how you play the game. With this test, we only had access to 4 characters: Wilder, Guardian, Duchess, and Recluse. Something to note is that you can stack characters, so you can have a team of 3 Wilders if you really want. When you load into the world, you'll get to select where we dropping, boys. I mean, where to land with your team. The idea is to run around the map, kill enemies for runes to level up, equip loot to become stronger, and prepare to fight the boss at the end of the day. There's also a storm that closes in around you that you have to be constantly aware of. If you get caught inside it, you'll slowly take damage. The safe circle closes in around the final boss encounter at the end of each day. If you ever die, you'll be in a down state, and a teammate can lock onto you and attack you to revive you. If you don't get revived in time, you'll bleed out. which will respawn you with one less level. Every level in this game is huge since you can only level up to 15. So bleeding out even once is a huge setback. Also, if you die during a boss fight, you're out until the next day. Reaching the third and final day allows you to fight the big boss that you get to select at the very start of the run. And after completing each run, you'll gain permanent upgrades to make your character stronger. So that's the basics, but let's talk about the gameplay. Now, this may come as a shock, but it plays just like Elden Ring. Obviously, though, there's some big changes. First off, instead of crouching, your character now instantly sprints as fast as Torrent. In combat, this uses your entire stamina bar, so use it sparingly. Secondly, your character can now vault over obstacles, similar to Sekiro. Both of these mechanics combined made traversing the world of Nightreign, Limvel, super fun and engaging. Another thing to note is that there's absolutely no fall damage in this game, so feel free to jump to your heart's content. Now, the third change is that you now get 2 abilities to use depending on the character you selected. These abilities are on a cooldown, with one of them being a weaker but short cooldown ability, and the other one being a strong ultimate ability that takes much longer to charge. These abilities can be activated by holding triangle and pressing R2 or L2. Now, these abilities are super fun and powerful, and I found myself using them off cooldown. The ultimate abilities also have iframes, which allow you to use them in the midst of combat. Nightreign also features a perfect block and dodging system. I'm not really sure how these work, but I was able to get the perfect dodge to trigger once on Wilder by dodging into an attack. Not really sure what these do yet, but just know that they are present in the game and they're really cool. There are also brand new weapons that each character is equipped by default, which feature new movesets exclusive to Nightreign. On top of that, a few weapons in the game have updated movesets, most noticeable being greatswords. Now, let's talk about the graphics and performance. We were playing on PS5s and the game looked exactly like Elden Ring, which is to say absolutely stunning. Now, also like Elden Ring, it had 2 modes on console. A quality mode with enhanced resolution and a performance mode that prioritizes frame rate. I played exclusively on performance mode and noticed that the game didn't quite reach 60 FPS. Similar to Elden Ring on PS5, it seemed around 50 to 60 FPS at all times, which isn't too bad at all, but I really wish they got a stable 60, especially on performance mode. Please note that this is a super early build of the game, and it's possible that the performance will improve in the full game. Also, this build we were playing was most likely an early network test build that you'll all get to experience in 2 days on the 14th. Now I'm going to go over the 4 characters that I got to play. The first character, Wilder, ended up being my favorite. He's a default badass knight guy with a grappling hook and pile driver. His passive ability allows him to cheat death once per run, which makes him a really safe pick. The grapple did decent damage and could pull enemies towards you or you towards bigger enemies. His ultimate, the pile driver, does a massive amount of stagger damage if it lands. You can also hold it down for incredible forward momentum. The second character, Guardian, was the burb man with the halberd and the great shield. His passive allows him to do a super block, which allows you to block more attacks without getting guard broken and makes him the perfect tank. His ability allowed him to do a big AoE whirlwind, which interrupted enemy attacks. And his ultimate ability allows him to fly into the sky and slam down upon enemies, creating a massive lingering AoE, which boosted defense of allies inside of it. If you like playing tanks and supporting your teammates, this class is going to be perfect for you. The third character I got to play was the Duchess, a character that looks like the Firekeeper from Dark Souls 3. Her passive is that she can dodge twice, making her super nimble and mobile in combat. She can also do an awesome backflip if you dodge backwards, similar to the Darkwood Grain Ring from Dark Souls 1. Her ability allows her to double the damage on an enemy at any given moment, which honestly felt incredibly overpowered with bleed procs and team coordination. Her ultimate ability gives everyone invisibility, which allows your whole team to attack the enemy without aggro for some time. Something to note though, even while cloaked, boss enemies will still randomly try to attack to hit you, so you have to be careful. The final playable character from the test is the Recluse, a female wizard character that we were warned not to play, because just like several Elden Ring players, she forgot to level Vigor. In all seriousness, she is a super complex character with low health and high damage potential. Her ability, however, is incredible. She can absorb any combination of 3 elements from enemies and allies. The element obtained depends on the last elemental hit taken. For example, if you hit an enemy with a fire spell, then use this ability on them, you'll absorb 1 fire token. Then, if your ally was recently hit with a holy attack, you can absorb 1 holy token from them. Then, if you absorb 1 more fire or holy token, the fire plus holy spell will cast a warmth healing spell. There are 14 total combinations that you're able to cast with her ability, each of them being completely unique spells. This is probably the coolest thing in the game, honestly, and I don't even play casters. This ability also restores a large amount of FP, allowing her to chain cast together constantly. Her ultimate ability marks nearby enemies and heals allies when they attack them. She is a super complex and powerful character. Now let's talk about equipment. The weapons and upgrades you find are extremely important to having a successful run in Nightreign. Every single weapon from Elden Ring can randomly drop, although oddly nothing from Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Each weapon has a rarity. White is common, blues are rare, purples are epic, and orange is legendary. There's a level requirement for equipping higher rarities. Level 3 for blues, level 9 for purples, and level 12 for legendaries. You can also upgrade weapons at an anvil with smithing stones if you find any. Anvils are always found by merchants, which will also have some stones for sale. All equipment comes with random ashes of ore and spells equipped on them, which you cannot change. Using them still cost FP, and because there are no FP flasks in Nightreign, you have to rely on running through blue fields to quickly regenerate your FP during a run. These can be found throughout the world. Also, bows have infinite arrows, which makes them extra useful as a backup weapon. Now, each weapon comes with several random passive bonuses that are active whether or not it's actively equipped. Because of this, you need to look for good passives for your character, and even if you don't plan on using the weapon, be sure to equip it for the passive bonuses. You can equip up to 6 weapons at once, and there is no equip load, so don't worry about fat rolling. Certain legendary weapons also come with active bonuses. For example, the Dark Moon Greatsword has a bonus that carrying retaliates every time you attack with it, which allows you to attack and deflect spells at the exact same time. On top of weapons, you can also equip up to 2 talismans as well. Loot is shared, so be sure to leave some items for your teammates and ping the items you think they might need. However, not all loot is shared. When you defeat a mini-boss, a black orb will spawn for all players. Each player gets to interact with it and pick an upgrade out of a few choices. This is often the best way to get huge character upgrades and legendary equipment. Something to note, you can always drop equipment for other players. So if you see something really powerful for another character in your party, you can select it and then drop it for them. The final way to upgrade your character is with these character upgrades. These last throughout the entire run. They often drop as loot after you defeat the main mini-bosses each day. One upgrade can give you extra iframes on your dodges, and another automatically casts Ice Storm when you start sprinting. Now, let's talk about the bosses that I encountered. At the end of each day, the circle closed in around the boss arena. Ads will spawn in that you have to kill before the main boss appears. There was Morgott the Fell Omen, the Fell Twins, Centipede Demon, and the Draconian Tree Sentinel. The final boss is always the 3-headed Cerberus, the Tricephalus. That's the best you're gonna get. Each boss had new attacks that they didn't have in Elden Ring, to mix up even the most seasoned Elden Ring veterans. Also, the Centipede Demon from Dark Souls 1 was very familiar to fight, had sort of the same attacks, but even he had remix moves as well. And his boss theme was the exact same as Dark Souls 1, which was super nostalgic. One thing to note is that Morgott, aside from being a mini boss at the end of the day, can also randomly invade you during the day and chase you across the map. It's absolutely terrifying. Now let's talk about Nightreign's permanent progression system, relics. After each run, win or lose, you get 3 random relics. However, the better the run, the higher rarity the relics will be. Each character can equip up to 3 relics. Each relic has a color, and each character has color-coded slots. You can only equip runes of the same color. So for example, the Duchess only has 3 green slots, so you can only equip green relics on them. However, there is a way to unlock different color slots for each character, so eventually you'll be able to equip different colors on her as well. If you've ever played Bloodborne and messed with blood gems, this is basically the exact same system. The bonuses on these relics range from really basic stuff, like more % damage of the great swords, to exclusive character only ability unlocks, like the one I got for Wilder, which allowed him to do a unique attack after he grappled. There was also a unique relic that allowed you to heal your teammates with your Estus Flask, similar to Wide Range from Monster Hunter or Dark Souls 1, where you could heal for your teammates. There was also another support relic similar to the Flask Sharing Relic, except for consumables, which allowed you to designate one player as the designated consumable guy. You would pick up all the best consumables, and in a pinch, he'd use them for everyone around. Really, really cool. So if you really want, you can make a support build, you can make a damage build. The possibilities are endless. This is actually the system that I'm most excited for, and I want to see more. It's going to be really, really exciting to make unique builds for each character. Now let's dive into some more in-depth mechanics that I experienced during this play session. After you gain runes, you can level up at sites of grace spread across the map. This is a one-button action, and it doesn't allow you to allocate any points at all. You just automatically level up depending on how many runes you have. Makes it so you don't have to sit around and think about what your stat allocation should be, and keeps the game entirely gameplay focused. However, something we realized after a few hours of testing is that there are stats, and they do matter a lot. Each character has hidden stats, and certain stats that level up with them. In this test, the stats were not available anywhere. However, at the training dummy in the round table hold, you can spawn in any weapon in the entire game. From this menu, you're able to see the stat scaling of each weapon, which is really odd because you can't see the stats of the characters. I'm assuming that they'll either show the character stats or completely hide the weapon scaling in the full game. The stats were so impactful that Wilder did 50% more damage than the Recluse with a default Claymore. It's obvious that a knight like Wilder should do more damage in his role with weapons than the Recluse, who focuses on spells, but I think it should be displayed in-game somewhere. But knowing FromSoft, we'll probably just have to figure out all this stuff for ourselves. Anyways, I really had an absolute blast playing Nightreign. I'd end up having some major concerns for the final game. The biggest concern I have is that there might just not be enough content and randomness for this to be a successful roguelike. Like I mentioned earlier, each run should feel completely unique, and at least with this test, that was definitely not the case. The area was the same, the drop points were the same, the upgrades were the same, and the bosses were the same. Obviously, this is just a network test and it's meant to be played once or twice, but still didn't instill any confidence that the final game will capture that perfect roguelike feeling. It has the ability to be something incredible, but I left wanting more. I'm certain they'll end up using the 100+ Elden Ring bosses in the final game, and also that's not including the bosses that they're importing from Dark Souls. We were told that in the final game, there's also going to be biome changes and random events occurring, such as volcanoes randomly spawning and an ant swarm just attacking you out of the blue, which is going to definitely mix up the gameplay loop. I'm excited to see all of the variety and what the full game has to offer, but I really, really need to get my hands on it to make a final verdict on how I feel about Nightreign. But so far, I'm really excited. Now, here are some pro tips for you guys entering the network test on Friday. Number 1, dump your significant other, or duo with them because it's on Valentine's Day. Number 2, always stick together. Ping items on the floor for other players and places to head to on the map. Sticking together not only makes the game easier, it allows you to get all the upgrades found throughout the world. Number 3, prioritize going to churches. They have flask upgrades inside of them and will allow you to get up to 7 flasks. Number 4, focus on leveling and equipping higher rarity equipment. The damage difference between a low rarity weapon and a higher rarity weapon is absolutely massive in this game. Number 5, if you get a stone sword key, be sure to check your map, ping the location, and head to it to get insanely powerful loot for your team. And number 6, if you see an upgrade that automatically casts something when you sprint, grab it. They're super overpowered. So that's about it. Hope you guys enjoyed me nerding out about this game. I really had a great time with it, and I'm just itching to get my hands on the final game so I can really see how it plays. I trust FromSoft to deliver a quality experience, and every single game they've put out over the past decade has been an absolute 10 out of 10 masterpiece. So I don't think Nightreign will be any different. Anyways, be sure to subscribe to the channel for more Elden Ring Nightreign coming soon. I'll be streaming all 5 network tests throughout the 14th to the 16th, so be sure to tune in for that. And of course, I'll be posting the highlights on YouTube for you guys to watch as well. Thanks again so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Peace, guys. Yay! That's the video. Did you guys like it? It's up on YouTube if you missed any part of it. Gosh, this default is so loud. Turn that shit down. So I'm gonna go ahead and answer some questions. We're gonna do an AMA. If you guys have any questions at all about the game, I did get a chance to play it quite a bit. And I really loved it. I really loved it, but obviously I have my concerns, as I mentioned in the video, mainly about the randomness of it, the roguelikeness of it. And I think that's stuff that we're just gonna have to see in the final game, honestly. But yeah, let me start answering your question. Is there any lore? There are lore. There is lore. I didn't talk about the story. I didn't get a chance to. But there is story of each character. They do a Hades-like approach, actually, that they definitely got inspoed by, where you go back after you run and you actually get to talk to the NPCs, and they give a bit of lore about themselves and the story. We didn't get to experience that at all, but that is how it will play out. Really cool stuff. Also, Facehugger, welcome back, dude. Thanks for the 20 months. Welcome back. Is this some kind of multiverse? It is an alternate universe. Yes, it's like totally not related to Elden Ring, like canonically at all. Also, Bandai Namco, US, hello. Welcome on in. So good to have you here. Do we know of the other 4 characters? Yes. Yes, the other 4 characters we actually do know. So there is Sekiro guy, Deflect dude. There is who else? There's a summoner. We haven't seen them at all. There is a strength guy, big bull goat dude. And then there's one more, the archer. Then there's archer. And those are the 4 that we're missing that we weren't able to play. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah. I believe that the final game is going to have a lot more randomness. In fact, we know that it is going to. We know that there's going to be volcanoes. There's going to be rot stuff. Because we saw it in the first trailer, right? No crossplay. Unfortunately, no crossplay. New weapons? Yes. So I talked about that in the video. Each character has a unique weapon with a unique moveset that they start off with. And actually, if you're lucky enough, you can get stones to upgrade it to legendary. So you can use it throughout the entire run. It's just, you know, it's hard to get those stones. I think eventually you'll probably find a way to get them easily. Did it feel polished? Oh god, yeah, super polished. Even for like a alpha giga test, felt really polished. It was just, you know, it's Elden Ring. Elden Ring with some really cool stuff. How was the netcode? The netcode was really, really good. It was obviously improved from all of the other FromSoft games, from Elden Ring. There was no desync with the bosses at all. Everything was perfectly synced all the time. There was some points where it bugged out, but that's because we were having the disconnects. Aside from that, it was insane how they actually managed to make co-op work. So yeah, it's because the whole game is based on co-op. They improved the netcode and the syncing of every single enemy. It's perfect. It's really cool. All right, let me look for another question. We played on PS5s. You review the combat. It's Elden Ring combat. It's perfect. It is literally just Elden Ring combat with a twist, you know? It's fantastic. It's really good. Yeah, it's a completely standalone game. It's coming out May 30th. Yo, Papa Matex! Thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome. Enjoy those emotes. Thank you. Characters look faster, so you can sprint at the speed of Torrent at any given moment. It's crazy. How does matchmaking work? So matchmaking works with the password system, similar to Elden Ring. You sort of sit at the round table hold. You queue up with a password to like join your friends, and then you pick the mission you want to join. And then you just boop, go in and it just works. I don't think there's voice. No, I don't think there's voice. But there are emotes you can use to communicate, and you can ping the map, and you can ping items on the ground for other players. This is super important. You can also queue with random matchmaking. Yes. So you can queue by yourself. You can queue duo with a random. And obviously you can queue up as 3 players. So no matter what, you'll fill. The group will fill. The group will fill. But the whole game is, like I said, balanced around trios. 3 players no matter what. In fact, I don't think there's any scaling if you decide to go in solo. So you're in for a rough time. You're in for a rough time. You can play solo. It's just going to be very, very difficult. Why is solo so hard in comparison? I mean, it's a game balanced around 3 players, so the health is balanced around 3 players. The stagger is based around 3 players. It's harder in that way that you have to do 3 times the work. Is it still a linear path or open world type idea? This is a totally sort of different game than Elden Ring. It's a roguelike, so you go into it like each run, and it's a different experience every time. Yeah, it's not really linear or open world. It's like match based. Technically, I guess it's an open world, but yeah. Any new enemies? There are new bosses. Yes, the new boss at the end is totally new, exclusive to Nightreign. Super hard, by the way. Super hard, especially when he splits into 3 dogos. He just beat our ass, but me and Lobos almost killed him. We got him to half health with just the 2 of us because unfortunately Pineapple disconnected on us. So how's the replayability? So like I said, we played only like a little, basically the test that you guys are gonna play, and in that test there's basically 0 replayability. And in my video I said that's my major concern of the game, is that we need to see the final game before I'm like, yes, this is a fantastic roguelike. This is the best roguelike ever. The test is made very, very stale very quickly because you can only spawn in like 1 to 2 spots. You can only fight a certain amount of bosses. There's no like crazy events going on for the most part. It's still super fun. You guys are gonna have a blast with it, but if you play all 15 hours like I'm gonna do, you're probably gonna get a little bored. But I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna have fun. Let's be honest, I'm a sicko. I'm gonna have fun doing the same shit over and over, killing the same bosses. We'll get really good at the beginning, that's for sure. Same seed over and over? Yes, exactly. Any news on invasions? So there's no PvP at all in this game, at all. It is a PvE co-op experience. You cannot create your character. You have to select a character from 8 characters. However, there is going to be a DLC with more characters coming out. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw. They announced the DLC. Yeah, yep. More characters, and I think more biomes too. Really exciting. Can you grief your teammate? You can't. No friendly fire at all, no. Overall progression? Yes, I talk about it in my video. There are every single run you get relics, and they boost your characters essentially. So there's huge form of permanent progression. You can farm really good ones if you're good at killing bosses. It'll be paid DLC. Yeah, it's gonna be paid DLC. Yes. Yeah, I gotta say it's interesting that they decided to announce DLC on the same day they announced the release date. They've never done that before. And I think the collector's edition comes with the DLC. And yes, no fall damage at all. It's really fun to just jump off cliffs. Do you have faith in this project? Oh god, yeah. I do, especially after playing it. I think it's going to be good. It's got so much potential. And I'm going to have fun with it no matter what. At the very least, it gets repetitive decently quickly, but it's still going to be a fantastic game. That's my biggest concern, is that the variety is not going to be enough. But I trust FromSoft, I really do. Because if they do it right, it's going to be like perfect. I just got to get my hands on the final game. And yes, the game releases on May 30th. And characters only use certain type of weapons. Any character can use any equipment. However, as I mentioned in my video, some characters are just better at using certain things than others. Like Wilder is best with like weapons, and if you equip like a weapon, okay, Wilder's best with weapons. You know, the Recluse, the mage girl, is best with magic, right? Like she's gonna do more damage with spells. He's gonna do more damage with weapons. That's just how it is. There are no microtransactions in the game, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and answer that question. I know a lot of you guys are asking that, but like FromSoft has never done that, and they already said they're not going to. Yet. It's been 10 years. I think they would have done it by now. Day one DLC feels like a joke. It is an interesting choice. Day one DLC is definitely an interesting choice from FromSoft, but you know what? It's better than not having any DLC. Is this you playing? No, this is pre-recorded footage from software. They didn't allow me to record my footage, unfortunately, at the event. So this is the best we got. It's still really cool. Not day one DLC. They announced it today. It's gonna be it's not day one DLC, chat. That guy said that. I just read his comment. Sorry. It's coming later. So they're not pulling a you know, an EA. They're working on it. They originally had 8 characters planned, and you know what? They're like, you know what? We should probably add more to this game. They should probably add more to this game, so that's exactly what they're doing. They're adding just the DLC for more characters, and I think more biomes was what they said. I also have a hunch that they're gonna add Shadow of the Erdtree weapons and equipment in that DLC, because it wasn't in this test. So I don't think it's going to be in the full game either. So I think that's what they're going to do. It's going to be like adding in the DLC stuff with the DLC, which is funny. That's my guess. I have no idea. Are you going to play all the characters? Of course. Of course. And Chill Hermit Panda, thank you so much for the 23 months. Welcome back, dude. How are you? How's the variety of randomization? I talked about this before, but this is like an early like super build that has basically the same seed over and over, so I couldn't tell if the randomization was good yet. And that's my biggest issue with the game right now, is that we just don't know. We just don't know if it's going to be a good roguelike. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good game. It's freaking Elden Ring. You can't fuck up Elden Ring. You really can't. Let's be honest. However, yeah, it might not be a good roguelike. It might be really old. It might get old after, like, you know, a week. It's possible. And that's what I need to get the full game in my hands to tell you guys if it's not gonna be like that. Because, like, I couldn't tell from this test, and I know you guys won't be able to tell from the test either. Because it's like the same shit, you know? So we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell with that. That's my biggest concern. Aside from that, it's fantastic. It's so good. It's Elden Ring with super cool abilities. You know, really cool system. It's sick. Did you see any Dark Souls bosses? I did. I fought the freaking centipede demon. Respect for saying that with Bamco in your chat. They know how I feel. I talked about them, and they assured me that the final game has much more variety, and I talked about that already. But until I get my hands on it, yeah, you know, I'm not going to be able to tell you guys that this is going to be the best roguelike ever. But yeah, I'm allowed to criticize stuff. I'm allowed to criticize stuff, even though I took the Namcopter to their Las Vegas headquarters. Except their headquarters isn't in Las Vegas, but whatever. Yeah, no, I had such a good time, by the way. I got fucked up. I gambled. I've never gambled in my life. I lost like $100. It was great. I gained $100 and then lost it again. So yeah, $100 minus $100. It was a good time. What 6 hours of Nightreign does to a lad? Yeah, actually. Now I'm actually curious, chat. We're gonna let this play out, but I saw something, and I think you guys are gonna want to watch this too. Yes, here we are. Here we are. It's a 1 minute pre-order trailer that went up that I haven't seen yet. I also want to watch the other content creators videos. I saw Vadi and Iron Pineapple put up their videos. Lobos didn't make a video. What are you doing, Lobos? Lobos doesn't really make videos. He just talks about stuff. I think he's gonna stream later and talk about his experience. Definitely go check. Again, I played with Iron Pineapple and Lobos Jr. Those two have, you know, were basically the only two content creators that I knew at the event. And I think they got freaking invited to the US one. So, you know, if you want to know more and you have like a specific question and I don't get around to it, you can ask them. All right. Let's pull up this trailer. Let's pull up this freaking trailer.
Seekers of redemption, you were chosen.
Nothing new yet. Still cool though. Ooh, this is new. That was new. Oh, this is new too. Oh, the backflip! They showed the backflip! I told you guys the Darkwood Grain backflip is back.
Together and prepare to claim the life of the Night Lord.
Hell yeah! Now they're probably gonna show the collector's edition stuff, right? Pre-order now, May 30th. Get a bonus gesture. It's raining. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Digital editions. Pre-order now. Get the bonus gesture. That's fantastic. That's so funny. Includes the game, standard edition, and deluxe edition includes the game plus the DLC, which again I talked about before. It's gonna have new characters, and biomes. That's all they said. That's all they fucking said. I don't know what that means. But I guess we'll find out. Steam page. Yeah, I might have to pull up the Steam page. Digital art book and mini soundtrack. DLC content will be available after the release of the main game. Thought Nightreign was a DLC. You were completely mistaken. It is a totally different game. Standalone. And this is the collector's edition with the freaking Wilder statue. Look at him, dude. Oh, shit. And look at the cards. The cards are really sick. 8 Nightfarers. Nightfarer cards. That's so cool. I want that statue. I'm getting this. I'm getting this. Actually, they're probably going to send me this. Namco, are you guys sending me this? Should I pre-order it or you guys got me? Oh shit. All right. Let's skip. Apparently you can't pre-order yet. Okay. Oh, that's it. Okay, wow. They didn't show the Wilder helmet. Is the Wilder helmet up anywhere? Did they show that? There's a Wilder helmet, chat. They showed me it on the presentation. I fucking saw it with my own eyes. Don't lie to me, Bandai. Where's the fucking helmet? Let's show the people what they want. People want to see that fucking helmet. Give me a sec. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find the fucking helmet. I know it's here somewhere. Where's the helmet? Bro, did they not show it? Yes, here it is. There it is. Helmet of Wilder. I see. There it is. It's on the trailer on YouTube. That one didn't show it. What the hell? There it is. Freaking helmet, dude. $200. Yeah, I'm definitely getting that. I'm gonna have to get that. I got the Mulaney and the Mesmer. I have to get the Wilder one. Even if this game sucks, I gotta get it. No. Oh shit. All right. Let's go back to answering your questions about the game now that we got that out of the way. I'm gonna answer some more questions. All right, let me pull up the chats here. Zelda's new helmet. Yeah. Is the game good? The game is great. The game is going to be fantastic. No matter what, it's going to be good. It's Elden Ring. They can't mess up Elden Ring. However, I am worried about the replayability and the randomization. That's it. How do you increase stats killing bosses? Level up. You have to level up. So to level up, you need runes. And to get runes, you need to kill enemies around the map. And yeah, that's it. It's pretty simple. Any great runes, Ember's Humanity? Nope. Nothing like that. There's no reason for that, right? That would just be bloat. Any meta progression? Yes, relics. I talked about them earlier. Run at 60 FPS on base PS5? Nope. It ran about, I would say with my perfect eyeballs that can see FPS, it was about like 50 to 60 FPS. Similar to how Elden Ring runs on the base PS5. Like if you like PS5 Elden Ring and you think it runs well, it's going to run the exact same. Did they recycle Elden Ring map? So they took the assets of Elden Ring and they jumbled it up. This is Limgrave, but messed up a little. You know, the stuff's moved. It's not quite Limgrave, but you'll notice the geometry in some places. You're like, oh yeah, this is Limgrave. So they basically took the assets that they had from Elden Ring and made a whole new game out of it, which is really cool. I think that's cool. I think it's I don't think it's lazy. I think it's smart, because it would have taken them years to make like a brand new game based on this. So why not just make a new Elden Ring game? They've done a really good job so far of mixing it up. I just want to see more. I want to see the final game. Any difference in UI? Yes. So something you're not seeing is the UI. The UI was really interesting. Well, now you see it now. But you're not seeing the character UI. And the UI is like, think of it like an MMO. Think of it like an MMO. You see your friend's health bars all in the top left corner. It's really strange, but it's really cool. It's actually really fucking cool. Yeah, you get to see their health. You get to see their character portrait. I wish I could show you that, but there's no gameplay of that. They're hiding that. But yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool. And of course, at the bottom, you can see like 2 circles. that slowly fill up with both of your abilities on them. So you can see your ultimate and your super quick like charging ability. And when they're full, you'll get to use it. How's the story? Don't know yet because we didn't get to experience the story. Perfect block! They showed off the perfect block. You saw it there. Pretty cool. I knew it was in the game. Yeah. There's a codex that tells you like everything about the game. Except of course the fucking class stats. It's super helpful. I read every single part of it. Literally, I sat there and I read every single page. Paladin archetype, the burb. He can taunt enemies. He can super block. He's really good at saving teammates, and his ult protects like allies. So yeah, perfect tank paladin class. Got that sweet halberd too with the unique moveset. Really cool. No crossplay. No crossplay. Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 bosses. Yep. There's bosses from literally every single Dark Souls game. It's really cool. I'm excited to see more. How soloable is this game? If you're a god gamer, you can do it. If you're a god gamer, you can solo the game. If not, it's going to be rough. I gotta admit, it's going to be hard to solo the game. I recommend playing with a group. Did it feel easy to get stronger? No. It was medium difficulty. It was good pacing. If you fell behind, you felt it. You really felt it. And when you started like getting the hang of it and farming enemies and hustling, you could feel yourself outpacing the difficulty of the days, really. So and obviously the stronger you were, the crazier risks you could do. You could go kill like the crazier bosses. You can go into like the ruins and jump down into a dungeon and fight like a boss in there and get like one of the huge character upgrades. Really cool. And Crazy Bug, welcome back for the 87 months. Can you queue up with randos or only with friends? You can queue up with randos, yes. You can play by yourself and queue up with randoms. Also, you can queue up as a duo and have a random join you as well. Did they improve guard counter? Exactly the same. They didn't like change that. Really, most of it is just added on mechanics. It is Elden Ring with added on mechanics. They didn't change most of Elden Ring mechanics are basically the exact same. Any game breaking bugs? Unfortunately, no. I did try to break it. Tried really hard to. I was actually jumping on one of those like big spirit springs that send you super high in the air. And I was trying to plunge attack on those furnace guys. And I couldn't land on them. I tried for like 5 minutes while my team was fighting them. I was like, all right, guys, bait him to the corner. I'm going to jump on him. I'm going to jump on his head. And yeah, it just didn't work. I couldn't get it. I think you could totally do it. I think it was just a skill issue. I'm going to try it again in the network test. I'm going to try it again. I believe. How long does it take to get to the boss? So the days are like, I think 10 to 15 minutes long. So each day, again, will take 10, 15 minutes to get to the boss. And the boss can take as long as it needs, right? The time sort of pauses on the boss. And after you kill the boss, the 10, 15 minute timer of the day starts again. And then you fight that day's boss. And then you fight the final boss. So basically, it's only the 2 like 15 minute days that you have to really hustle, right? They have to really hustle and hurry. And then the bosses, you know, you can sort of take your time. But obviously, you know, you got to go fight them and try not to die. So, no weight system. You can pick up 6 weapons, 6 giga great swords, 6 great shields, and not worry about fat rolling at all. Everybody has the same weight forever. Any meta progression? Yes, it's called relics. At the end of each run, win or lose, you get 3 random relics. The better you do, the better rarity relics you get. Can you pause runs? Nope. No pause. Crossplay? No crossplay, unfortunately. Any word if there's any carryover from Elden Ring? Like a benefit if you played Elden Ring? Except you got good? It's totally different game. There's not like, yeah, it's a totally different game. If you played Elden Ring, yeah, you're gonna be better at this game because this is Elden Ring, right? It's just, you'll feel right at home. And if you haven't played Elden Ring, this is a great time to get into it. Because this game is going to be super easy to play with friends, get into. Way more casual than Elden Ring, right? You don't have to worry about builds. You just pick a character, press some buttons, get some loot, do some runs, try your best. It's really fun. I think this game's going to be fantastic for stuff like that. Are parries more like Sekiro? Parries are just like Elden Ring. Everything's just like Elden Ring, guys. It's Elden Ring, baby. There's some cool new stuff, but everything is exactly the same as it was in Elden Ring. It's Elden Ring. That's why Elden Ring's in the name. Yeah. Any NPCs side quests? No. The NPCs are the other characters inside of the Round Table Hold, which is the hub for this game, right? You go back to the Round Table Hold, you chill out with the other playable characters, and you get to talk to them after every run, and they give you a bit of lore. And tanks taunting bosses? Yes, they sure can. Leveling up? Yep, you can level up to 15. There's only 15 levels in this game, but each level is drastic power jump. Getting even from level 1 to 2 is a drastic power jump. So you want to like the second you spawn in, you want to go farm up, get a little bit of runes, and then run to level up. Is there fashion souls? So you can't like change your gear. However, there are skins per character that eventually you'll be able to unlock and earn through the gameplay. Imagine earning skins in current year and not buying them. You'll also be able to earn emotes for characters, gestures, just like Elden Ring. Armor weapon upgrades? No armor upgrades. There's not really armor in this game at all. However, you can upgrade your weapons. So if you find a weapon that you really, really like, but it's low rarity, if you're lucky enough, you can get smithing stones, go to a anvil and smith it up, upgrade it to a higher rarity, and use it for your run. There's no battle pass. There's no microtransactions. Guys, it's from Saw. Armor dying system? It will not. It will have only just a couple of pre-made skins that you can unlock through gameplay. How resource for spell work? FP, just the same as Elden Ring. However, you don't have FP flasks, so you have to run to these like FP fields to regen your FP. I think there is a slow FP regen. I think everybody has slow FP regen. I wish Namco was still here to answer that. I actually don't remember. But I think that is a thing. I'm sure the others answer that question. Any lore source? So again, the test doesn't have any lore at all, but the final game will have lore for each character after each run, similar to Hades, which is really cool. Do you think they'll add PvP? They said no PvP at all in this game. Will this game be better than Monster Hunter Wilds? Oof, my two favorite games this year. You can't do that to me. You can't just do that to me, man. You can't just say that. No, I don't know. I'm excited for both. I'll say that. I'm really excited for both. I think they're both going to be like Game of the Year contenders. 100,000,000%. Two kings can coexist. True, Arc, true. Yeah, they're totally different. How long is a complete run? A complete run is probably realistically going to take you about an hour. It's probably realistically going to take you about an hour. Because it's like 15 minutes per day, right? So that's 30 minutes guaranteed of your time. Plus the 2 bosses, which will probably take 5 minutes each. That's 40 minutes. Plus the final boss, probably 10 more minutes. Maybe 5 more minutes of like inventory management. You're looking at 55 minutes already. So, any idea of how much it'll be? Yeah, it's going to be what, $40 confirmed today. And it's coming out May 30th. Not too long. Short? Yeah, they wanted to have it short sessions, right? They wanted to have it short sessions so you can play with randos, you can play with friends, you can just get in. If you got 1 hour to play, Nightreign is like perfect just to dive in and do a run. Is the price worth it? I can't tell you that right now because I only got to play the test, and the test has a tiny bit of content of the final game inside of it. So when I get the final game, if they let me review it, if they give it to me early, I will have another video and I will let you know if Elden Ring is worth your money, if Nightreign's worth your money. However, I'm going to state the facts like I did in the video. From Software has made 10 out of 10 masterpiece games for the past decade. They haven't missed a single time. So I'm thinking that it's going to be good. I trust them. I really do. Any voice chat? No voice chat between players, I don't think. No. There are emotes. There are pings on the map. You can ping items on the ground. All sorts of stuff. Other ways to communicate with your team. Did you kill Invading Morgoth? Nope. Nope, sure didn't. Oh, they have the DLC up. It doesn't say anything. It just has cool art. Darn. All right, after this, I think we'll pull up the others' videos. I'm actually curious what they have to say. Armored core bosses. Anything's possible, but yeah, no, I didn't see any. There might be voice chat. There might be voice chat. I can't confirm that there's no voice chat. Okay. But I did. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I asked them and they said no. So I'm thinking it is gonna be no for voice chat, but I can't 100% confirm that. Too much content from previous games? There hasn't been any content from previous games. Only like the one boss. Yeah. In fact, I hope there's more to mix it up, right? That would be a great problem to have. And again, guys, be sure to check out my video on YouTube. I answer all of your questions and more. You know, if I'm not answering your question, it's probably in that video. What happens in the end? You win. You win, and you get really, really, really good loot. You get good relics. Like the highest tier of relics you can get. So, winning equal good. Who knew? This boss is crazy hard. The way he splits into 3 is crazy cool. And God, his range is absurd. Yeah, like look at the explosion, the AoE radius there. It's so nasty. All right, all right, all right. We're gonna do Iron Pineapple first because I played with him
recently.
Then, oh my God. We'll do Vadi's after. 33 minutes of Iron Pineapple goodness. Thank you, Iron Pineapple. 4K. Let's go. Let's see his opinion. So when I talked to Pineapple at the event, he was he had some opinions. He had some opinions and some thoughts. I think he might be leaning towards he doesn't really love it. And that's okay. I remember his one of his main complaints was that he didn't like that you can't just pick stuff up off the ground with any class and have it like work. And I think that's okay. I think when you queue up as a class, you sort of expect to find loot for that class. You know, I like picking a role in like a role-playing game, being like, okay, I'm going to be the tank. Okay, I'm going to be the mage. I think that's cool. I think that's okay. But I also think that, like I said in my video, they should somehow say that more. They should be like, okay, you're going to do less damage with weapons with this character, you know? They never say that in the game anywhere. It is just... You just have to know Elden Ring, you know? You just have to assume or just guess or like try random shit in the training ground. Also, thank you, Ark. Here we go. I'm gonna throw this up. Sorry about your eyes. Really quick, this is the network test starter guided. They just threw it up on Bandai Namco here. Start the game, quitting the game. But more importantly, this is the UI I was talking about. You see exactly what I said. The character portraits and the health bars. Just sort of like an MMO, isn't it weird? Like right underneath the bar here. Very interesting. Of course, these are the abilities that I also talked about. This is the baby one. Oh no, this is the ultimate, and this is the baby one. Yeah, really cool UI. Everything else is exactly the same, just like Elden Ring. No surprises there. Items are down here. It's a little finicky to switch between them. I think it's down on the D-pad to like swap items. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see. What is D? Level. You can see your character's level in there. 3. Blah, 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 blah. There's the controls. Surge Sprint, it's called. Round table hold. Again, this is the hub. You've seen this before. Explore the map. Ooh, fire. I've never seen this before. Cool. Near death. Sites of grace. Shop. Yep, this is the merchant. There's also an anvil like off screen, like right here always. Smithing table. Yep. It just says smithing table. Oh, there it is. I was like, what the hell? That's weird. I think they goofed up the thing here. Bandai Namco, you got to delete the smithing table. You put 2 and you forgot to, delete the first smithing table. Okay. Anyways, that's how you upgrade your weapons. If you want to strengthen an armament that you already have to a higher rarity. Here we go. Things that can be done. Expeditions. That's the game. Expedition is the game. So when you start a run, you go to the expedition menu, you pick a big boss that you want to target. So in this case, the only boss we had was the three-headed dog, the Cerebrus, the triglyceride fucking whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, so that was the boss you could pick. After you beat him, I'm assuming another boss unlocks, and then you get to hunt the other boss instead. And then so on and so forth, and you keep on unlocking the big boys as you go through the game. And it gets harder and harder. Relic rights can be used to equip relics. So this is where you can go and you can equip relics on your characters. Visual Codex is where I spent most of the time, honestly, just reading about this game and learning about the systems and all the bullshit is very, very helpful. Honestly, really cool. The Codex is actually super helpful. And the sparring grounds is really cool. There's actually an enemy you can activate. Like one of those little arrow guys in the cages in Liurnia. You activate him as a dummy and you beat his ass. He has like infinite health. You can like riposte him and bully him. You can set his level super high. You can do all sorts of stuff with the training grounds. It's really cool. It is literally just a training room, which is bizarre. And there's also a stationary dummy behind him. It's like a little sandbag thing that you can hit as well. And when you hit him, obviously you can see the damage numbers. You can level yourself up. You can spawn in anything you want. You'll get to see all of this in the network test. Really cool. And then, like I said, when you set up a multiplayer password, matchmaking will be only between players using the same password. But you can queue up for group stuff, right? So you can queue up to join a random. You could do duo, and then a random will join you. Or you're going solo, and then 2 other people, a duo will join you. Or, 3 randoms will join. So they have matchmaking. This game has matchmaking. And you can play with your friends. That's really it. There's a group password that makes it likely to see phantoms and red phantoms of players are using the password. And phantoms, red phantoms, don't get excited. This isn't what you think it is. This is not an invader. What they are is they're ghosts, you know, exactly like they are in Elden Ring phantoms. But when you touch them, it increases your ultimate gauge. You get ultimate charge back. And if you touch red phantoms of other worlds who failed to survive, you obtain their equipment before they died. So if someone dies of the legendary gear, they spawn a red phantom. Someone will randomly come across a dead player and pick up his legendary gear. This happened a lot in my play session. I forgot to mention this really cool system. But they always had fucking nothing on them. Like, I'm sorry, game journalists that I was playing with, but like, you guys got to get me some better loot, okay? I was very disappointed with your corpses. So, yeah, sorry. Relics. This is, again, the permanent progression system. Really cool stuff. This is where you go to equip all on your characters. Yeah, die better. Ah, there he is. There he is. This is the dummy I was just talking about. Sparring grounds. Hone your skills. Equip the equipment. Do stuff. Yay. Yeah. Okay. Settings, movement, defense basics, lock on. This is basically just basics of Elden Ring. If you know Elden Ring, you're going to be just fine. Using the flask. Press the square button to use your flask. Yeah, you know, but there's the basic stuff. Yeah. Special attacks. These are your abilities. Use of sorceries and incantations. Blah, blah, blah. They got everything on here. Holy crap. This is super helpful. I'll actually link this after we're done scrolling through. Yeah, this is your inventory. Again, you got to fill the slots. You got 2 talisman slots and 4 consumable slots. Here we go. They don't show the stats though. Look at this. There's no fucking stats on the screen. Oh my lord. It says the status, but no stats. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, we couldn't see the strength, dex, int, faith. Like, none of those values were displayed in game. It was just hidden away from our eyes. Yep, I think that's just it. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, hopefully that answered a lot of questions too. I'm gonna go ahead and link this for you guys. One for Twitch and one for YouTube. You can play offline, yes. All right. So, we are gonna watch Iron Pineapple's video. Of course, I'll link this video after we watch as well. 33 minutes. Sit down, relax, grab some popcorn, and let's watch.
Recently, I got the chance to play Elden Ring Nightreign early at a hands-on preview event hosted in Vegas. In case you missed it, Nightreign is the next game From Software is releasing, and according to them, it's a quote, co-op action survival game. What is it really? It's essentially Elden Ring remixed into an action roguelike for 3 players, where each run sees you fighting enemies and collecting loot in a shrinking Fortnite-esque circle. When the circle fully shrinks, you're forced into a nighttime boss fight. The game has you fighting Elden Ring enemies and bosses, but you'll also encounter bosses from past Dark Souls games occasionally too, like the Nameless King. If you make it to day 3, you get to fight one of the 8 Night Lord final bosses, and winning here equals a successful run. I was unfortunately not allowed to record my own footage at the event, but I was given 17 minutes of B-roll showcasing a good chunk of the experience. Now, I do have a lot of opinions about my time playing the game, but first let's go over all the footage in sequential order, as I think it paints a pretty clear picture of what to expect from the gameplay loop. I'll interject with my thoughts along the way, and save some of my bigger opinions and critiques for the end. Each run begins with a short cutscene of your chosen Nightfarers walking toward a cliff before running to catch a lift from a spectral hawk. There will be 8 characters to choose from in the full game, but there are only 4 in the demo, and I'll talk about what each one can do as they appear. Next, you're thrust into the game with an aerial view of the map as you glide down on your hawk, kind of like a Fortnite glider, though you don't have control over where you get to land. The game forces you to drop off in the spot it's chosen near the edge of the map. It's pretty odd that you can't choose where to land or influence the flight of the bird, because I think it'd be pretty fun to have more agency over where to start. But hey, that's just me. Also, the text Day 1 pops up on the screen because, you guessed it, it's Day 1. As I already mentioned, the game is split into 3 days, where
Okay, whoa. I'm gonna hold him up right there. I'm gonna do a sort of a reaction to this video. Because I think that's the best way to do it. Number one, Cyphers, welcome back for the freaking 1 year, dude. Thank you so much, man. You can pick where to land. You can definitely pick where to land. I think in the final game, it's gonna actually let you like fly and land where you want. Like, there's no way it's gonna be like landing you at the same exact spots that we were in. So I think this is a unfortunate side effect of our extremely limited test here. Is that we're getting the wrong impression of the final game. I legitimately think we're getting the wrong impression of the final game. It would be insane to think, and I talked to him about this as well, that that it lands you in the exact same spot in the final game, right? Like, not being able to control it. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no way that they're gonna do that. He thinks that it is gonna be like that in the final game, and I'm like, man, you gotta have a little more trust in FromSoft. So he's just BSing? No, that's how it was. I'm BSing because I'm the one making shit up. That's not here. He's basing his opinion on what he played. But I think that it's unfair because it is obviously a super limited test, and that's sort of how we felt about everything. So like I said, I think his opinion is going to be more maybe the other side of the argument. I think it's important that you hear his side of the argument as well. The side of his opinion is extremely important because his opinion might be what the final game is, because that's what we got to play and that's all we could base it off. I'm basing my opinion off ideas and hopes and, you know, expectations, really. Expectations, I think, is the perfect word. Also, Lightning. Holy shit, dude. Welcome back for the 96 months. Hope you're doing great, man. Can't wait to play this with you, dude. All right, but yes, let me continue on. As long as it's facts, dude. He was right next to me playing. Yes, he's basing this off facts. He fucking played it with me. All right.
Where you explore during the day and fight a boss at night. Each day is somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes long. I didn't time it, but I'm pretty sure it's within that range. Upon landing, you have a few different choices on where to go, but these players chose to go after the nearest enemy camp. Something
Dado Gato, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for the resub, man.
My group often did as well. This also gives us our first look at Wilder, the Strength Dexterity Knight, and his grapple hook ability. As you can see, it pulls small enemies closer, but when used on larger ones, Wilder's launch toward them instead. Each character has one unique ability like this that's on a short cooldown. There's normally a big icon at the bottom of the screen that displays the ability and lets you know when it's available to use.
He tried.
Also, this is pointing out the obvious, but it's worth mentioning. This combat is literally Elden Ring. Like the animations, the enemies you're fighting, this is Elden Ring. Ultimately, this makes Nightreign feel like an ambitious fan mod for Elden Ring as opposed to a standalone product. And I don't mean that necessarily as a bad thing, but I do feel compelled to point this out because it's pretty core to the experience. After clearing the camp, the group runs toward the nearest site of grace. This showcases the new Super Sprint, which is basically the normal sprint at double speed. This is mostly used for traversal because the map is big and Torrent's on vacation. You can also use it during combat, but it's tough to pull off because it'll drain your entire stamina bar almost instantly. Anyway, they run up to the site of grace to replenish their healing flask and level up. You start each run with 3 flasks, and each site of grace will refill them all. Sites of Grace are also where you can level up using the runes you acquire from enemies and bosses, just like Elden Ring. However, unlike Elden Ring, there isn't a way to pick and choose stats. Instead, you just click the big level up button, and you'll simply be stronger with extra damage, health, and FP. I'm a little mixed on this, as I think it's a missed opportunity to provide the player with a choice on how to build their character, but it does fit the theme of the game with them wanting to keep things quick and streamlined. So,
okay, I agree with Pineapple. I would like to control that to a degree. Even if I were to pre-select my stat scaling, you know, like before the run, I'd be like, okay, I want to prioritize vigor and strength for my levels. This is what level I want to level up these stats on. Boom, that's my loadout saved. This is my plan for this run. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. I actually totally agree with him here. The stats random. They are not random. They are based on your character. But we don't know what stats go up because they're not listed anywhere. It's one of my main issues of the game right now. But obviously, like, Wilder gets strength and dex. Like, he gets something. Some melee stat is going up. You know, the wizard, she gets int, you know, her int and faith goes up. At least int, we know that. We just can't, we don't see it, so we don't know. And Highling, thank you for the 90 months, dude. Welcome back, man. Thank you so much. Did you get to try all the characters? I got to try 4 characters. But again, I'm not going to answer too many questions until the video's over. We're just reacting to Iron Pineapples, or we're going to be here for the rest of my life. So, wait 30 more minutes and I'll answer all your questions.
Maybe it's for the best. Regardless, leveling up is important, as the boost in damage from level 1 to level 2
is huge. Before I continue, this video is going to answer 99% of your questions.
is quite noticeable. More damage means enemies die faster, and in this game, speed is everything. Next, we see the player attack a group of demi-humans, and they do this by throwing a firebomb. So yes, consumables such as firebombs are a thing in Nightreign, and you begin each run with 4 inventory slots to hold different types of consumables. You can also see that the player broke some glowing crates, which dropped additional consumables for them to pick up. Between your inventory being very limited and finding plenty of extra consumables, you're heavily encouraged to use these whenever you have a chance. After this, the group encounters a golem, and I believe it counts as a mini-boss. Mini-bosses are scattered across the map, and you'll know you're fighting one because a boss health bar will appear at the bottom of the screen. Upon defeat, the mini-boss will drop a purple soul, and this rewards each player with the choice between 3 upgrades, ranging from a new weapon to a permanent passive boost. Examples of the passives...
Okay, can I just say, let's go back. Can I just say I love how JPEGy...
to a
JPEGy, the upgrade icon is, it's clearly a placeholder. It's super JPEGy, dude. It's all blurry and shit. Everything, all the text is like super, like 4K, 1080 billion P. And this is like, it's like super JPEG. It just stretched. I find that really funny. Like, out of all the icons and all the textures, this one is just fucked up. They're definitely going to up-res it or fix it somehow, redo it, but really funny.
Permanent passive boost. Examples of the passives I saw were a slight increase to stamina regen or a slight increase to damage reduction. And to be clear, all 3 players get their own reward from the 1 purple soul. This next clip showcases the new wall climbing mechanic. When you press jump while sprinting toward a wall, your character will automatically run up the wall and then mantle over the ledge. This is sick. It adds an additional layer of verticality to the map, and it can be fun figuring out how to get from point A to point B, since sometimes you'll have to use the wall climb in slightly creative ways. At the top of this church, the player finds some loot on a body and inside a box. Important to note is that all loot you find like this is classified as community loot, meaning that every member of the team can see it, but only one person can take each item. This is also our first look at the different armaments you can find. Each weapon and shield has a built-in Ash of War, and each spellcasting catalyst has 2 different spells. So yes, in this game, the spells you cast are attached directly to the catalyst. Each armament also comes with a built-in passive effect, such as extra damage on combo finishers, additional item discovery, or HP restoration upon attacks. These are mostly small background bonuses, but what's interesting is that each of these passive effects applies to your character even if the armament isn't actively being used. As long as it's equipped, you get the effect. This means that you always want to have 6 armaments equipped, especially because equip load isn't something you need to worry about in this game. You'll always be fast rolling. This is also our first look at blue colored loot. This indicates that it's more rare, and the rarity goes from white to blue to purple to orange. Next, we catch a glimpse of the map screen, and this should give you a better idea of the scope of each run. The map itself is an island, and on the edge, you can see the Fortnite circle closing in. Just like Fortnite, instead of constantly getting smaller, there are intervals where it doesn't move at all. I won't go over all the icons on the map, but basically, these show you where most of the points of interest are, like enemy camps or fortresses. You can then pin on the map where you want to go, which is useful because the other players will be able to see your pin and know where you're going. Also worth noting is that some things are hidden on the map, so it's possible you'll find something good even if it's not marked from the start. Between this and the marked points of interest, you probably won't have time to do everything, so you have to make quick decisions on where to go and what to skip. Next, we see Wilder use his grapple hook to get a little extra speed when running around. It's tough to see here, but this use case is also relevant during fights. Instead of grappling the boss, it might be worth grappling the ground to reposition. We then see Wilder take on another mini-boss, the Leonine Misbegotten, and he initiates the fight with a big fire explosion. This is Wilder's ultimate ability, so unlike the grapple hook, which is on a short cooldown, it's usually a minute or 2 between uses of the ultimate, and I believe dealing damage increases the speed it fills up. Wilder then lands a critical hit.
It does, I can confirm that the more damage. Okay. Wow. Sorry. The more damage you do, the more your bar fills up. I can confirm that.
And this is a good time to point out that some of the weapon animations have been changed. So the Greatsword moveset, for example, is a bit different. It feels a little faster and more aggressive, which is well suited for the faster pace of Nightreign. This fight also gives us a look at Wilder's unique passive ability, something each character has. Once per run, you can cheat death. The first time you get hit by an attack that would kill you, there's a flash of white followed by a quick dodge. The first time it happened, I thought it was some sort of perfect block, but no, it's Wilder surviving an attack he shouldn't have. Finally, Wilder's group shows up, but oh no, one of his team.
I thought that was perfect block, son of a bitch. I am so good that I've never seen that. Just FYI.
Teammates goes down. So in Nightreign, instead of dying immediately, you enter a down state where you can crawl around. Not to keep bringing up Fortnite, but it's like Fortnite. However, unlike Fortnite, to revive your teammate, you actually want to attack them. After dealing enough damage, they pop right back up. The HUD for reviving looks something like this in-game. A ring split into 3 equal sections above your ally's head. This ring represents how much damage you need to deal to bring your friend back. The first time they go down, only one section needs to be depleted, but each subsequent death adds another section, so it gets tougher and tougher to keep reviving. I think this may reset if you don't get down for a while though. You have 15 seconds to get revived, and if your friends fail to get you, you'll lose a level and respawn at the last site of grace you touched. This won't end a run, but it's still a pretty brutal punishment given how important levels are. Next, we have some footage of another Nightfarer, the Guardian. This bird person is the tank of the cast, with the most HP and a more defensive playstyle. Their active ability is a whirlwind that knocks small enemies up and staggers big enemies. They also have a special defensive stance they can enter, which seems to significantly decrease the stamina you lose when blocking attacks. This stance is their unique passive trait though, and not an ability on cooldown, so you can use it whenever you want. Most importantly though, they have a sick-ass dive bomb ultimate that lets them crash down for massive damage. This also showcases one of the best things about the revive mechanic. You can simultaneously hit enemies while reviving your teammates, and the dive bomb is probably the best example of why that's useful. They don't show it here, but if you keep holding down the ultimate button after landing your dive bomb, you remain crouched down with your weapon in the ground, and this provides a defensive buff to yourself and nearby allies for up to 10 seconds if you keep holding it. I also think you're immune to staggers and take heavily reduced damage while holding this stance. The next clip shows off the Fortnite circle. It takes the form of a blue ring of fire. If you find yourself outside the circle, you slowly take damage over time. Believe it or not, as much as everyone, myself included, keeps joking about the Fortnite comparisons, I think the time pressure this circle adds is one of the more compelling parts of the gameplay loop. Basically, it encourages you to play efficiently. You don't just want to clear the camp full of enemies, you want to do it fast. And then it makes the moments in between fights interesting too, because you gotta make quick decisions on where to go and how to get there. This is fun, and pretty distinct from playing Elden Ring. Speaking of how to get places, one way to do that is by making use of slipstreams. These function pretty much identically to Spirit Springs in Elden Ring, and they allow you to super jump into the air. These were fun in Elden Ring, and they're still fun here. And it's cool how you can sometimes use them to reach the top of structures they might not have been intended for. Up ahead, the group finds a Church of America. And if you collect the item inside, it upgrades the maximum usage for healing flask by 1. Every church like this will have this upgrade, so you can always plan ahead and stop at 1. Next, the group finds a scarab to kill. This is an example of one of the many useful things you can find that might not be marked on the map. These guys always drop a talisman you can equip, and these talismans seem to function identically to how they do in Elden Ring. The passive boost they give can sometimes be substantial. We then have some more camp clearing gameplay, though these enemies are tougher than the ones at the start. This clip also gives us a better look at the Guardian's whirlwind move and how it can knock enemies up. One significant change from Elden Ring is how enemies no longer get periods of invincibility when knocked down, and this is especially useful for moves like the whirlwind attack if your teammates follow up. Also, notice how the magic swords of Carrion Phalanx appear over Wilder's head without him casting a spell. I believe this is an example of a passive upgrade he got from a mini-boss. The way this one works is that every 30 seconds or so, these swords will appear over your head for free damage. Next, we get another grapple shot clip. And yes, it can be used to break the guard of an enemy using a shield. The group then finds an underground passage leading to a treasure room, and this gives us another look at the loot system. Once again, this is community loot, and the players must share. You can also see that there are level requirements attached to weapons. Blue is level 3, purple is level 9, and orange is level 12. Remember, there aren't stat requirements like Elden Ring, and you just have one overall level. If you find a spectral tree, you can summon a spectral hawk to carry you across the map. These follow set paths, and the little floating spirits show you the general direction it'll take you. You can also see the path it'll take you on the map screen. What's cool about these spectral hawks as opposed to the ones at the start of the match is that you're given a little control in steering them, and when you want to land, you have more freedom on where exactly you want to touch down. This is also our first look at the third character, the Duchess. She's basically the nimble rogue archetype of the group. The players also find a treasure map on a desk in this fort, and this reveals the locations of more points of interest on the map. Also, this location is literally fort height from Elden Ring, like 1-to-1 copy-paste. Not every location is like this, but some of them are, and it's incredibly trippy seeing iconic areas like the Gatefront ruins dropped into this remixed version of Limgrave. I'm not too bothered by this, but this is another example of ripping things straight off Elden Ring, and it plays a big role in this feeling like a well-made fan mod as opposed to a standalone game. Next, we get some proper Duchess gameplay and a look at her ability, Restage. This replays the damage an enemy or boss just took over the past 2 seconds, and as you can see, it's especially impactful when it's paired with something like Wilder's ultimate. For only being on a short cooldown, this is easily the strongest ability in the game. It's also a great example of co-op synergy and interactivity that usually isn't present in other FromSoft games. This clip also shows an important change to critical hits. In Elden Ring, bosses and enemies are immune to damage from teammates for the duration of someone landing a critical hit. But in Nightreign, that's no longer a restriction. However, I think bosses might take reduced damage from other hits during this window, so that's not too overpowered. One last thing to note about this clip, the Duchess's passive gives her a unique quick-step Bloodborne dodge that's noticeably faster than the other dodges. She also gets a cool little backflip if you dodge backwards twice. Check out this dagger moveset, by the way. This is much different than Elden Ring and way faster. Definitely a fan of this change, and I can vouch that it feels great to use. Next, we get to see the Duchess's ultimate, which applies invisibility to herself and the rest of the group. This is obviously useful when sneaking up on enemies, but I also found it useful even in the middle of a boss fight, because attacking doesn't seem to break stealth. You can still get hit, but yeah, it has its uses. Finally, we get to see the fourth character, the Recluse, aka the Spellcaster Witch. Big fan of her design, by the way. And I already know this is going to be Zully's main. Like any good spellcaster, the first thing she does is jump off a cliff. And this demonstrates another cool change to Nightreign, no fall damage. The group then approaches an Everjail. To open it up, you'd find a stone sword key and then use it on the nearby stone imps. This then unlocks the boss fight. Next, we'd a look at the Recluse's unique ability, Magic Cocktail. And it's probably the coolest ability in the game, but it's weirdly complicated, so buckle up for a long explanation. So when you hit an enemy with a spell, they get marked by the corresponding element. The 4 elements are magic, fire, lightning, and holy. And in this clip, the enemy gets marked with magic. Then, when you use her ability, it sucks out the elemental mark. In addition to restoring FP, this also fills in one of the 3 circles on the ability icon with the element you just sucked up. You repeat this 2 more times until all 3 circles are filled up, at which point using it a 4th time will expend the elemental icons and cast a special spell. Now here's the crazy part. The Magic Cocktail spell is unique and depends on the combination of elements you absorbed. So like, magic, magic, magic is different than magic, magic, fire is different than magic, fire, lightning. Since there are 4 different elements, this results in 14 different potential spells you can cast baked into just one ability. And you kind of have to remember them because they have different ranges and uses. Hell, some of them don't even deal damage. Fire, Fire, Holy, for example, creates a healing aura for yourself and nearby teammates. But the fun doesn't end there. Not only can you suck elemental marks out of enemies from the spells you cast, you can also suck them out of elemental damage your teammates deal. For example, here Wilder uses a fire attack on the boss. This applies the fire mark, and the Recluse is able to suck the fire right out. And guess what? The damage your teammates take also counts. So if a teammate gets hit by a fire attack, you can lock onto them and suck it out the same way you would for an enemy. So yeah, this kind of kicks ass, and it's super fun seeing a needlessly complex move put into a game like this.
Okay, I have to share a funny moment. We were playing with, obviously, me, Iron Pineapple, and Lobos. Lobos ran into Dragonfire, and I was like, hey man, can you go get hit by a Dragonfire again? He's like, sure, and he runs straight into the Dragonfire, and I was able to absorb his fire from him getting, burned, and use my fire spell as the Recluse. It was a funny moment, because I was like, hey, could you go get burned, please? I need another cast. I need another fire. I'm too lazy to hit something with fire. I would just like you to get cooked for me. So, of course, you can get it off your allies, too, which is just fantastic. Really, this is the coolest ability in the game.
Recluse also has a pretty useful ultimate. It's called Song of the Blood Soul, and it marks all nearby enemies with a blood icon. Hitting a marked enemy will restore HP and FP, and your teammates can hit them too for the same effect. Lastly, the Recluse has a unique dodge animation where she floats around. I like how elegant it is, and I feel like it perfectly fits her design. Next up, we see the group running through some mines, and shout out to FromSoft for sending us all this hand-picked footage, yet leaving in a T-posing miner. No hate, genuinely funny that slipped through. Anyway, yeah, you can find mines like this during runs, but when I was playing, I felt like these were too out of the way to be worth it given the time pressure. Plus, I didn't find anything super useful inside. Maybe they'll change though, or maybe I missed something. We then get a look at a camp full of flame chariots. When I was playing with my group, we made the mistake of heading to this camp at the very start. This is not a level 1 area. These guys are tough. If only there was a way to reach the weak spot on the top of their...
Yeah, we got absolutely shit on. It was hysterical. We ran straight for this. Is the very first thing we did. And yeah, we got fucking rolled, like all of us, just fucking, it was horrible.
your head, oh wait, you can use the new wall climbing ability to jump up and hit it for free. I wish I was aware of this during my play session, but hey, now we both know. Next, we see the group take on a dragon boss fight. Not much to say here, as we've seen most of this stuff already, but pay attention to the time of day. As it slowly changes to nighttime, that's your cue that you should start wrapping up whatever you're doing, because the circle begins to rapidly shrink at this point. You can see the circle closing in as they finish off the dragon. From here, what you want to do is look for the floating golden tree in the sky, as that's the point where the circle will close in. Eventually, the ring of fire reaches its smallest size, and essentially forms an arena. This is where you'll fight the first major boss. Before the boss fight, a small group of enemies will spawn in. This serves as both a warm-up for the fight, and a teaser for which boss you're about to see. In this case, it's a pack of demi-humans, so fittingly, the boss fight is a demi-human queen and a demi-human swordsman. Something I appreciate about Nightreign is that these fights seem specifically designed for multiplayer, something we don't typically see in FromSoft games. In this case, it's due to there being two bosses at once, but I also encountered other bosses that are better examples of this. One of those bosses was the Centipede Demon from Dark Souls 1. During the fight, you can chop off its centipede limbs, but this forms an additional hazard as the severed limb keeps fighting. This is perfect for a group battle. Also, in case you're curious, its moveset seemed to modify from Dark Souls, so it wasn't like FromSoft just ported the boss into Elden Ring without making changes. I don't know exactly what those changes were, but I could tell that it felt different than Dark Souls. Another modified nighttime boss we encountered was Morgott. He was mostly similar to his appearance in Elden Ring, but he had a few new moves, including this insane AoE blood slash that would hit the whole group and nearly one-shot us. He also had new dagger throwing combos, and just seemed more aggressive overall. If FromSoft is going to rely on reusing bosses, I appreciate that these changes make it feel new-ish and suited for co-op. It's a shame they didn't seem to make any meaningful changes to the demi-human boss fight, but oh well. Anyway, after completing the fight, you get the message Night Repulsed. The boss also drops a purple soul, and upon interacting with it, you get a choice between 3 different upgrades for your character. This is basically how it works when killing mini-bosses too, but the upgrade from this main boss is more substantial. Sometimes these upgrades operate purely in the background, like extra spell duration, but my group occasionally encountered some more interesting upgrades. One time, one of my teammates got an upgrade that created lightning bolts whenever he dodged. Another one he found cast fireballs whenever he walked. And I do mean walked. Like, slightly tilting the left stick was the only way to trigger it. While the walking one wasn't super useful, both of these upgrades were cool because they weren't just background percentage buffs to stats. They were noticeable abilities that had the potential to shift our playstyle, at least a little bit. After everyone chooses an upgrade, fog rolls in and the Ring of Fire fully recedes. From there,
to stop him right there, I'm gonna add some more context. So the friend that was playing, that was Lobos that found that. Lobos found the slow walking firestorm passive bonus, right? If you slow walk, it just firestormed around you. Super edgy. However, there was actually a use for it. Lobos found out that if you got wild strikes and spammed it, whoom, it counted as slow walking still. So you were able to attack and slow walk at the same time, only with, you know, wild strikes. And I'm sure there's other abilities like that. There's other really insane synergies like that. I wonder if he's going to talk about that, because that was insane synergy. You know? I'm surprised he didn't mention that. He's probably going to talk about it in like a minute here, but I had to share that because that's a perfect example of getting like a super powerful combo that actually works. And it's like it makes the run, you know when you play another roguelike like Binding of Isaac or Hades, and you get like a combination and it just makes it like, oh, this is it, oh, I got these two together, now I'm unstoppable. That was sort of like that. I hope there's more of that. Anyways, we're gonna continue.
There, day 2 begins, and you get to continue exploring the map to get stronger before night 2. Worth noting is that enemies and bosses defeated during day 1 don't respawn, so it's a good idea to keep track of where you've already been. So yeah, the gameplay loop you've seen repeats for day 2, and if you survive the night 2 boss, you're immediately taken to the Night Lord on day 3. As such, day 3 consists of just this boss fight with no exploration phase. You progress to day 3 by walking along a pathway to a door that reminds me a lot of the area and door at the end of Shadow of the Erdtree. The Night Lord of the demo was Gladius, a 3-headed dog monster that swings around a giant sword on a chain. This guy is no joke. Also, for those of you who haven't played all the Soulsborne games, this is in fact the first boss that's completely unique to Nightreign. And I suspect the other Night Lords will be completely new as well. This guy also has a pretty devastating grab attack, so I recommend not getting hit by it. During the fight, one of Wilder's teammates goes down, and here they showcase the ability to revive teammates with ranged weapons like bows. This is surprisingly useful, and it might be worth holding on to your ranged weapon just for situations like this. Speaking of ranged weapons, you don't have to worry about ammo in this game. It's unlimited. Around the halfway point, the boss explodes into 3 fireballs and then reforms as 3 separate dogs. This is probably the toughest part of the fight, and I think the best strategy is to try to take on each of them one by one. But when I talked to Vadi after the event, he told me he just ran away until they reformed into one body. So that might be an even better strat, even if it's boring. Either way, this is Nightrein's best example so far of a boss designed for 3 people, and I hope the rest of the Night Lords have similar co-op mechanics. And then win or lose, that's the end of the run. Okay, that's all the footage I got, but there are still a few things they didn't include footage of that I think are worth mentioning. First, you can find spectral merchants across the map. Merchants sell a variety of consumables and weapons, but given how important leveling is, we often didn't have enough runes to spare. Like, for example, they would sometimes sell a legendary weapon for 40,000 runes, which for this game is quite a bit. They also seem to always sell a pouch that gives you 1 extra consumable slot for the rest of the run. Next to each merchant is an anvil, which you can use to upgrade your weapons. To upgrade a weapon, you need to find a smithing stone of the corresponding rarity, and then upon using it, it levels up your weapon to the next tier. So for example, a blue weapon would turn into a purple weapon. This also means that it's technically possible to level up a white weapon all the way to orange. I don't think the weapon itself changes during this upgrade process, aside from just getting extra damage. Also worth noting is that non-combat consumables like smithing stones or stone sword keys take up inventory space, so they might get in the way of all those fire bombs you want to carry. When exploring, you can find plants like rowa fruit scattered around sometimes. In Elden Ring, this is a crafting material.
Okay, I think he might be wrong about the upgrading thing. I swear to God, when I upgraded my weapon, it gained a random property that wasn't there before. You know, when I had a white weapon, I upgraded to blue. It had like +5, you know, % billion damage to like eating, I don't know, apples or something. I swear to God, it had something. It had a new line that I was like, oh, that stat wasn't there before. I'm not 100% positive, and we'll find out in 2 days. But yeah, maybe I was just tripping. If not, they really should.
But that's not a thing in Nightreign, so instead they just restore a bit of health right when you pick them up. There are similar blue plants that restore FP too. There are also mage towers just like Elden Ring. You know, the ones with the little puzzles where you gotta find the spectral turtles? Those are here too. Though when we found one, we kind of just hit the statue at the front and it opened up immediately. So it's unclear to me if there's more to unlocking them in the full game. But yeah, they have loot inside. Another thing you can sometimes find is a glowing red body on the ground, which is the location that someone else failed to run. If you interact with the body, some loot pops out, and I assume it corresponds with whatever weapons they had at the time they died. Sometimes you'll come across weird hazards during your runs. One time, my group found a big purple bubble floating across the sky, and when we approached it, a swarm of giant ants poured out. I don't totally remember how this played out, but I think we got a mini boss reward after defeating them. You can also get invaded by bosses.
Oh my God, that did happen. I forgot about that. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that did happen. Ha! Yeah, I guess I did experience the ants, just no volcanoes. Yeah, that was cool. Grandpa, yeah, I know. This man takes notes, okay? I was just playing. And to be fair, we were waiting on this footage. They sent it to us, like, what, 2 days ago? So I only had 2 days to edit, so... my memory is a little fuzzy. Yeah, all right? Besides, we were in Las Vegas and I got fucked up. I blame it on that entirely.
Sometimes. This sadly didn't happen to my group, but I was talking with the others who had Margit invade them out of nowhere. What's cool about this is that can happen at inconvenient times, like when you're fighting a big group of enemies or another boss. Do you deal with it? Do you run away? Do you reposition to a better location? All of these are interesting questions that result in some fun emergent gameplay. Stuff like this has the potential to be the defining moment of a run, where things go off the rails in a fun and memorable way. In theory, this is one of my favorite features in the whole game. I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a maximum range for receiving runes from killed enemies. You can see an example of this in the first clip of the Duchess, where she receives runes from her teammates killing enemies all the way over at the fort. This is interesting to me because it leaves the door open for strategies where you might want to split up. Like, imagine splitting up and clearing 3 camps at the same time. That might be faster than doing it together. However, one reason not to do this is because of how shared rewards for mini-bosses work. Killing a mini-boss gives each player their own reward, but only if they approach the purple soul that it leaves behind. We also found a reinforced chest, which functioned in a similar way and let each player claim a reward from it separately. Another tip, normally when you get downed, your teammates only have 15 seconds to revive you, but this timer is removed during the main nighttime boss fights. Along with this, in case it wasn't obvious, if everyone dies here, the run is over as opposed to simply losing a level. Let's go over some details from the hub area area too. Just like Elden Ring, the round table hold is the hub. To begin a run, you approach the table and select the Night Lord you want to hunt. It's vaguely similar to selecting a monster to hunt in Monster Hunter. The game then immediately puts you into matchmaking to find a group to play with, but you can also use passwords just like Elden Ring to play with friends. The hub is also populated by all of the playable characters, minus whatever character you're currently controlling. They all just stand around and say hello in the demo, but I'm guessing the full game will have them giving you bits of their story between runs in a similar fashion to Hades. There's also a sparring ground area and an outside area connected to the round table hold. Here you can test out every weapon in the game and set your character level from 1 to 15, which I assume is the max. This is neat, and I took advantage of this during my play session to test out how damage scaling worked. So stats like strength and dexterity are hidden. Like, I genuinely couldn't find a stat screen that showed them, and you can't manually raise them when leveling up, but they do still exist, and different weapons scale with different stats just like Elden Ring. To test this, I spawned in a legendary greatsword with a C scaling in strength and made my character level 15. On Wilder, the strength dex guy, a two-handed light attack dealt 348 damage. On the Recluse, the intelligence character, it only dealt 191. The Duchess also dealt 191, and the Guardian dealt 299. So what this means is that even though you're free to use any weapon you find during a run, you still probably want to stick to your character's archetype, or else you'll have to deal with a damage penalty. I have mixed feelings about this, and at the very least I don't think it should be so hidden, but it is important to know so that you can be more effective during a run. The last main component of the hub is the relic altar. Here you can equip relics between runs, and each of these gives you some sort of bonus or new ability. You can equip up to 3 per character, but they're color-coded, and the relic slots are color-coded too. For example, one character might have 2 red slots and 1 blue slot, and that means you're only allowed to equip 2 red relics and 1 blue relic. I believe there's 3 or 4 different relic colors. What do these relics do? Well, a lot of them are sort of boring stat bonuses, like +4 strength or extra damage with X weapon, but a few of them are actually interesting as they can change up how you play. My favorite was the relic that enables group healing whenever you drink from your flask. This is straight out of the Elden Ring Reforged mod I played last year. I loved it then, and I love it now because it adds another layer of interactivity and synergy between players, where you're paying attention to their positioning and their health in a way that you might not have otherwise. Another fun one that's kind of similar was a relic that gave the effects of consumables you use to all nearby allies. One clutch use of this was using a gold pickled foulfoot right before we killed the boss, so that all 3 of us got extra runes. Some relics are character specific, such as the one that gives Wilder a combo attack he can use after his grapple shot that also sets his weapon on fire. Big fan of that one too. So yeah, I only got to see a few relics, but if the full game includes more of these impactful and gameplay defining cool ones, and less of the +7% to fingernail growth rate ones, I'm on board. That's about all I found in the hub, but I believe they gave hints that there would be more NPCs in the full game, such as a shop where you can buy and sell relics using a special currency earned after each run. And they also said something about being able to unlock skins for each character, which I assume are just cosmetic. Okay, that about does it for details on the content of the game. So let's talk a bit about the preview event itself that I attended in Vegas. So the event was unfortunately a shit show in which people were constantly disconnecting due to network issues. Like, truly, it was a disaster that almost stopped us from playing at all. Basically, we got split into groups of 3 and sent to tables where there would be 3 PS5s at each table. Then, like clockwork, every 5 to 15 minutes, at least one person in each group would get booted from the game with no way to reconnect. From there, we'd be forced to either restart completely or push on with only 2 people while the game kept the same difficulty intended for 3. Every single person who attended this event experienced these issues, so I'll be curious to see how other attendees discuss this. I was grouped with Lobos Jr. and Oroboro, and of the many runs we attempted, we didn't get through a single one without disconnect. We also experienced a couple desyncs where enemies would be invisible for one player while appearing normal for the other, though these only occurred after a disconnect, so it might be a non-issue under normal gameplay conditions. Despite these tech issues, I do feel like we saw pretty much everything in the demo, and we did make it to the end. So I'm doing my best to evaluate the game independently of these disconnects, and giving FromSoft the benefit of the doubt that the actual game won't have these issues. The leading theory is that the event space Wi-Fi was just kind of fucked with too many devices being on it. I'm leaning toward this being true as the European Bandai event didn't have these issues. Regardless, I'm telling you this because I think it's important context that this is how I first experienced the game, and it's a shame I'm forced to relay my experience to you through the lens of a scuffed event. Quite frankly, I think US Bandai messed up badly, and I'd be kind of pissed if I was FromSoft. Aside from that though, I did have fun. And while I think most people would have fun if they were in my shoes and got to play a co-op game with Lobos and Oro, I do think FromSoft has something here if I was able to find the fun even in the worst of circumstances. Ultimately, I think this game will be a commercial success. The fun is there.
Everybody would have fun if they got to play with Oro. Lobos, whatever, pineapple, whatever. But yeah, no, he's right. I think he's right, guys. I think he's onto something.
and it has Elden Ring's branding. Obviously, it won't reach anywhere near Elden Ring's success, but it doesn't have to, because my guess is that it only cost a fraction of Elden Ring's budget to develop. And of course it did. 90% of this game is just Elden Ring, and like I mentioned earlier, it feels more like an ambitious fan mod than a standalone product. On that note, I think it's worth addressing the discourse surrounding this game. When Nightreign was first announced, there was naturally a lot of excitement, but there was also by far the most cynicism I've seen directed at a FromSoft project. And like, I obviously get it. The game is built out of recycled content from Elden Ring, you have bosses from past Souls games.
Hate to pause him, but I have something to say about what he was saying. Obviously I told you guys it was an absolute shit show, 100%. And FromSoft definitely probably not too happy about it, because I think the US reviews that dropped for this game might be negative because the event was so terrible. And they 100% should have tested the internet somehow beforehand. But because they did a last minute change because of the LA fires, you know, their original plan was to have it in, well, it was going to be in the Hollywood Castle. They had it booked for the Hollywood Castle. Unfortunately, the Hollywood Castle is literally surrounded by fire at the moment. So they changed it last minute. It was like 4-day notice. They were like, all right, we're going to move the event. We're going to move the event. We're going to rebook the tickets. We're going to rebook the hotels. We're going to Las Vegas instead. So I feel bad for them because it was so last minute, because they probably couldn't book the, you know, the big venue in the Las Vegas hotel to test out the internet, to test out all these things like they could have in the other venue, you know? So I feel a little bad for them. I definitely feel for them. Still, obviously their fault. They fucked up like they did. It was a massive fuck up. But it's understandable why. You know, they weren't just lazy. They weren't just, you know, willy-nilly. You know, Bandai Namco they don't not fuck around their events ever. You know, I've known them for a decade now. I've been to every fucking Bandai Namco event since Dark Souls 2 at this point. They really are good about this stuff. All their events run super smoothly, super professional, and the fact that this one didn't quite make the cut is a huge bummer, but I really don't think they're to completely blame, right? Like, yeah, they fucked up. Hotel internet equal bad, surprise to everyone. But I think that it's not entirely their fault. That's what I should say. It's not entirely Namco's fault that the event was a total disaster. Anyways, continuing on.
Games returning with seemingly no context, and the official messaging is calling it a, quote, survival game. That's all going to make people imagine something akin to Metal Gear Survive or Resident Evil Reverse, games that bastardize the IP in the name of chasing a market trend. It's a cash grab, it's publisher mandated, Miyazaki sold out. There were quite a few comments expressing these sentiments, and I'm sure some comments on this video will say the same thing. Again, I do get it. These claims aren't coming from nowhere, and there is of course reason to be skeptical. Now, even though I understand all of this, I'm not quite that cynical. Basically, I can appreciate that FromSoft wants to make a weird spin-off game on a smaller budget, while giving someone who's been at the company since Dark Souls 1, Junya Ishizaki, the chance at directing their own game. This is a practice that is pretty uncommon for AAA studios, and I think it's a shame because it leaves the industry with less experimentation and risk-taking in general. If every game by a large developer costs at least $100 million to make, you're going to see most studios play it safe. Is Nightreign the best example of FromSoft taking a risk? No, not at all. This game will sell well on brand recognition alone, but the point still stands that small projects are a space for larger developers to try new things, and I do think Nightreign experiments with the Souls formula in interesting ways we'd never see from a mainline game. All that being said, I was skeptical before I even played the game, though it wasn't coming from a place of cynicism toward the industry. It instead was coming from a place of love for the action roguelike genre and wondering if Elden Ring could fit into it. Basically, Souls-like combat is inherently simple, and its ability to be compelling depends a lot on other aspects of the game. Take Dark Souls, for example. Combat is a core pillar of the experience, yes, but it's held up greatly by the other core pillars, like level design, thoughtful enemy placement, and exploration. But with a roguelike, due to the randomized nature of the game, you usually just have the combat, and Dark Souls combat without anything else is like butter without toast. To me, it was obvious that there would need to be a lot more to make a game like this work. And they did indeed add a lot more. From the time pressure, to the character abilities, to the co-op synergy, to the map traversal mechanics, FromSoft added quite a few gameplay elements to help support Elden Ring's core combat system. So is this a complete success? I'm honestly not sure yet. I'm somewhat optimistic, but for me, a lot of it is going to depend on how much more there is to the full game. Because right now, based off what I played, I have some concerns, and the full picture isn't clear. Most of my reservations stem from me being unsure of the roguelike aspects of the game, and worrying that runs will feel too similar too quickly. For starters, it's unclear to me how much the map will change between runs. For this demo, as far as I could tell, it didn't change at all. We would start at one of two locations, but then that was it. All the points of interest were in the same spot, and we'd fight the same enemies and bosses. Now, of course, I do recognize that this is almost certainly just for the demo, and that the full game will meaningfully remix the map between runs, but I need to see that for myself before I vouch for this game. When I asked the Bandai representatives if they could clarify how the map would change between runs, or if there was more than one map, they were pretty cagey. They did talk about how swamps and volcanoes could drastically change things up, and the initial reveal trailer did seem to show a bit of this off, but until I see it for myself, it's unclear how meaningful these changes will be. That being said, I'm reasonably optimistic, and if I had to guess, I think the map will change a lot based off which Night Lord you select before each run. The other concern I have is just the variety in builds between runs. Due to the nature of most upgrades being small passive boosts, the way you start and end each run might be a little too similar. To put it another way, you know how in a game like Hades, you get multiple gameplay defining upgrades that massively shift your build or playstyle? That part of the game is inherently less present in Nightreign. Sure, you'll find a weapon that gives plus 9% damage when two-handing, but in terms of moment-to-moment gameplay, having or not having that boost isn't going to change how you play. The same can be said about the whole leveling system. Yes, leveling up lets you deal more damage, but the way you play doesn't shift between level 1 and level 2. And as someone who's played a lot of action roguelikes, this is a notable absence. Now, to be fair, not all upgrades are like this. Stuff like the passive that gives you a lightning attack when you dodge, or the relic that gives you group healing are meaningful changes and can noticeably impact a run. So I really hope the full game has more of that. And thinking about this issue some more, we shouldn't ignore all the weapons and spells. Elden Ring might actually be a fantastic game to turn into a roguelike, if only for the variety of weapons and spells already built into the game. There are over 400 weapons and over 200 spells in Elden Ring, and the average Elden Ring player probably only used like less than 5% of them. But in a game where you have to use what you find and be kind of scrappy over short, repeated runs, suddenly there's an opportunity to engage with all these weapons and spells you probably overlooked. Plus, Elden Ring has a shitload of different enemies and bosses, so again, they have a deep well to draw from. And that's on top of them bringing back bosses from past Dark Souls games. Yes, this all relies entirely on recycled content, but that doesn't change the fact that it gives FromSoft a lot to work with in terms of variety. So yeah, maybe the leveling and passives being kind of boring is actually fine within the context of the rest of the game. Also, even if the player builds are limited when compared to other roguelikes, I think there's still a lot of potential for emerging gameplay when you factor in the rest of the gameplay systems, like the synergies between different character abilities, or unexpected hazards like bosses invading you in the middle of a fight. There's also a lot to be said about the map itself. It's deeply intertwined with all the other systems. Figuring out the best way to move around the map under time pressure is engaging, and simply where and when you get yourself into a fight can lead to different outcomes. So you like the game? I thought you weren't sure. Pine, you're confusing me. Let me put it like this. As a massive fan of FromSoft, Souls-likes, and the action roguelike genre, I'm in the dead center of the Venn diagram of the potential audience for this game. I had fun playing it, and I think, at worst, this game will be a fun diversion for a couple weekends with my friends. It has a lot going for it. I think the time pressure is compelling. I appreciate all the co-op shenanigans, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to fighting Dark Souls 2 bosses with Elden Ring's combat. Since this demo only showed off a small part of the game, I can't be sure about everything, but the potential is there. It'll depend on how some of the systems pan out in the full release, such as how the map changes. That being said, everyone doesn't share my tastes, and the audience for this game will be more niche than Elden Ring. I think people who aren't already fans of action roguelikes might not like it at all. On top of that, I do understand the cynicism toward the amount of recycled content a game like this has. So if that's off-putting to you, I get wanting to pass on this one. Truly, I'm not going to die on any hills defending FromSoft, and I think it's reasonable to be skeptical. The game comes out on May 30th, and it'll be $40 at launch. It's also going to launch with a $55 deluxe edition that'll come with DLC containing new playable characters, new bosses, and new map biomes. The DLC itself won't be available day one, but I think selling DLC at launch is something FromSoft hasn't done before. And while I don't personally have an issue with it, I do understand people who do. And I don't think it's a great look for FromSoft when they already have so much cynicism and distrust surrounding the game. I strongly suspect this will be a source of controversy. So yeah, Nightreign. It's a weird game, and I don't know how the general public is going to react to it. If I had to guess, I'd say it'll be reasonably well liked, but it's probably not going to blow anyone's mind. Like I said though, I think the worst case is I get to have fun with my friends for a couple weekends. So I'm looking forward to it even with all my reservations, and I would love to have the full game surprise me in ways I won't see coming. I also think that this is the type of game that's going to be way more fun with a group of friends rather than two random people you find in matchmaking. So I suspect that'll play into people's enjoyment as well. At the very least, I think it's one to keep an eye on, and I'm extremely curious about people who never tried Elden Ring having this be their first exposure to the franchise. The concept of that is hilarious to me. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Take it easy and look out for another video this month. Peace.
Yay! Okay. Oh, he's showing off some things. Wait, there's more. Oh no. He's just ending it. Cool. Thank you, Iron Pineapple. That was excellent. Such a good summary. I think you did a great job. Guys, if you don't subscribe to Iron Pineapple, what are you doing? Go subscribe. Here's his link to his freaking YouTube video that we just watched. If you missed any part of it, you can rewatch it. Yeah, we're going to watch Vadi's next. But guys, go subscribe to Iron Pineapple. He was amazing. It was so nice to meet him again. I met him at the Armored Core event. Super nice guy. We had an absolute blast in Vegas, hanging out and nerding out about the game for hours after we got our hands on it. And we're very similar in that we just want to take apart the game and just test everything and just sit in the training menu and just like add numbers up. We're both weird like that. Lobos just wanted to play the fucking game. Lobos says, I want to sit down and play. And we were like, I want to sit down and press, press all the buttons and see what the buttons do. And then, take the number and find the damage formula, That's the good shit for me. But yeah, his video is excellent. He's much better at making videos than I am. I'm much better at live content, as you can probably tell as you're here watching me and listening to me talk. I just can't do YouTube like pre-recorded stuff. It's so hard for me, and it comes so easy for him. I'm sure it's because he's done it in his practice, and maybe one day I'll get to his level. But man, his video is so much better than mine. He did an excellent job. And speaking of people who make excellent YouTube content, we're gonna watch Mr. Vidya's video next. And again, welcome in everybody from Steel's stream. Hope you had a wonderful stream, man. So good to see you. Vadi's such a fucking bitch. He got to play at the EU event that had no issues at all. He got to play for 6 hours. That's his YouTube fucking title is I played for 6 hours. I got to play for maybe 2, maybe 1 even, all with disconnects. Every single 5 minutes there was a disconnect. Basically we got to play 2-player, 3-player scaling the whole time, which is turns out it's actually not super fun. It's super hard. But I did have fun. We had fun regardless. It was just, it sucked having to like restart and and we just get disconnected again. It was a 2-player. We did a 2-player run. So it was hard. And it would have been more fun if we could all play together. But obviously, yeah, we still had a blast. Anyways, before I start answering all your questions, we're going to watch Vadi's video and then we're done. And then I will just answer all your questions. And we'll chat some more. So 22 minutes Vadi videos. Let's have a watch.
Recently, I played 6 hours of Elden Ring Nightreign, and we were locked in for that entire time. This game is addictive, it's intense, it's way faster paced than I expected, and I think it's going to be a hit. So let's talk about it. Our characters have just left the round table hold, and day 1 is about to begin. Your goal in Nightreign is to survive each day as a ring of rain closes in around you and your team. Then, at the start of day 3, you'll fight one of 8 major bosses using all of the randomized loot and buffs that you've accumulated over the course of your run. Now, every session you play in Nightreign is supposed to be somewhat unpredictable. You won't always explore the same map, or receive the same loot, or face the same enemies. The one thing, though, that I found very predictable in every single one of my Nightreign sessions was this feeling of pressure. The pressure not just to survive, but the pressure to get stronger. Because if you don't get powerful fast, there's no way you'll defeat the final boss. You can kind of see that pressure in action here. These characters just rested at a grace and leveled up and ran because the rain is coming and you don't have much time. In our playthrough session, we would have to make these split-second decisions about where to go and what to do, and most importantly, whether we had the time to do it. So often it was a choice between defeating a boss and claiming its loot, or running away and living to fight another day. So many subtle changes have been made to the mechanics of Elden Ring as well, and all of these changes have been made in the name of speed and efficiency. For example, you can now vault easily over objects and even enemies as well to get where you need to go. Gone are the days where you need torrent to traverse the map. Now you can press L3 to activate a powerful sprint, and you can also activate spirit springs on foot, which vault you so high up into the air. Also, there's no fall damage in Nightreign, so from high places it's easy to justify jumping down and getting to where you need to be. Let's talk about the different classes, the different Nightfarers that you can choose to play in this game. This is the Recluse, a mage character that, like other characters, has an ability and an ultimate that you can use. They've turned the HUD off for the footage that they've given us, but I remember what these abilities and skills looked like, so I've drawn them, and this is where they are usually on screen. Your activated ability is on the left, and your ultimate is on the right. Both of these circles fill up over time, and when they're full, that's when you can use the ability or the ultimate. Now, the Recluse has an ability that is actually much more complicated than the other characters' abilities, and I think they designed it this way because the Recluse is designed to be a backline character. In Nightreign, the spells you cast are tied to the weapons you pick up, so you usually only have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 spells on hand. So From Software has given mages another system to sort of micromanage while they're standing in the backline casting spells. Let me explain really quickly how it works. Basically, whenever an enemy or a teammate gets tagged by a certain type of damage, like fire or magic or holy, a little marker will appear on them, and then the Recluse can absorb that type of energy, getting a little bit of mana, but more importantly, filling out one of these small orbs. Then, when you've acquired 3 elements, you can unleash the Recluse's ability, generating a unique spell based on the combination of elements you've acquired. So, a huge part of this character's skill expression is going to be understanding intuitively what these different combinations of spell are, and whether you're in the right position to cast them. And this is just this character's ability. They obviously have an ultimate as well, and this one is more straightforward. Basically, after a short delay, you can mark nearby enemies with this red tag, and once marked, if anyone on your team hits them, they will regain health and mana, which is incredible for the sustained health of your party. Now, when you cast an ultimate from any character, your character actually becomes invincible while they're casting it, which in the case of the Recluse is especially handy, as you can see in this footage where they use it to sort of mitigate all of the aggro that they're receiving. Okay, so the Recluse is the most complicated character to explain. They also even have a passive ability, just like the other characters do, but I don't really know what the Recluse's does. I think it regenerates mana somehow. Anyway, let's talk about the next character.
He's confused like I am, I don't know either.
Who is very much a jack of all trades. Wilder's hookshot ability is on a very short cooldown, and you'll find yourself using it a lot. On small enemies, it pulls them towards you, and on larger enemies, it pulls you towards them. One thing worth noting is it's easy to chain the hookshot into different attacks, like you can see here. The hookshot can also be aimed manually, hitting the terrain and launching you forward. Now, Wilder's ultimate also uses his left arm. The grappling hook opens up for an explosive blast. This blast can be charged, it can be comboed with your running animation and the hookshot animation, and it stuns enemies. In this case, it actually staggered the enemy, allowing for a critical hit, but on every single enemy and boss I used it against, it also stunned them for a short amount of time, which was this unique animation that allowed my teammates to sort of get a moment to breathe or do extra damage. Wilder's passive ability is a one-time use effect that allows him to completely negate any instant of damage that would have killed him. You might have just seen it activate there, Basically, Wilder does this brief moment of inspired acrobatics and gets a second chance instead of being downed. Next, let's talk about the Guardian. So the Guardian's passive ability...
Yo, Ain! Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome on in. We're watching Vadi's video, and then we're gonna talk more about Nightreign, but I got to play it too, and it's so fun, man. It's so good. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a fucking good time. Welcome on in, everybody, from mainstream. Yeah, hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you had fun on Monster Hunter, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. Anyways, let's continue on.
Is this shield stance, I'm pretty sure, which increases your guarding capabilities at the expense of your movement. Their ability is this whirlwind attack, which seems to get rid of environmental effects like the Death Blight here, but moreover, its main function is to interrupt enemies, so that your teammates can get some damage in. In this way, the Guardian is a really strong melee support character, acting as a tank, but also as a tank sort of support for other characters around you. Their ultimate too is very team-based, with this aerial dive bomb that is excellent for reviving your teammates, because remember, you have to attack your teammates to revive them. This has a secondary effect, I'm pretty sure, of fortifying the teammates that are near the area of effect, giving them increased poise for a short time. I make it sound like the Guardian is purely a support character, but that dive bomb will be excellent for clearing groups of small enemies as well, and accumulating runes from killing enemies and strengthening all of your characters and leveling up is a huge part of the game, so that kind of group clearing is a really good offensive capability as well. And speaking of offensive capabilities, this is the Duchess, who was the character that I played the most in this demo. Her passive is this sidestep dodge that's similar to the Bloodborne dodge, making her very well suited for anyone who prefers a more aggressive playstyle. Her ability recharges extremely fast, like you can use it every 10 seconds or so, and it's a sort of stopwatch themed ability which takes into account the last few seconds of damage that that enemy has taken and duplicates it. This effect is shown by a white spirit that appears and sort of shows the damage that is being duplicated. Because you're so aggressive, the Duchess naturally gets a lot of aggro, but this is offset by her dodge, but also by her ultimate, which is a cloaking spell that cloaks you and your nearby allies, making you way less likely to get aggro and just enabling a few different things within the context of the game. For example, you can use it before a fight to get the jump on enemies, you can use it in the middle of the fight to disengage from enemies, or something that's especially good is using it to safely resurrect your teammates once they get downed. So, when you die in this game, you fall to the ground, you crawl extremely slowly, and a little circle appears above your head. This little circle is basically like a health bar that your teammates have to attack and deplete in order to resurrect you. The first time you're downed, you only have one of these purple bars, the second time you have two, and the third time you have three, meaning that every subsequent time you die, it's more risky for your teammates to try and resurrect you because they have to stand there hitting you while avoiding aggro for quite a long time. And with some of these bosses, avoiding aggro is not easy. These bosses will often be a 3-part fight where you just have them on you the entire time, so resurrecting your teammates is definitely a tricky thing to pull off sometimes. It's also something that takes the damage you deal into account, so the more damage you do, the faster you'll resurrect your teammates, and so now I think we should talk about how to make your character stronger, how to make you do more damage and take more damage and survive. Okay, so the footage they gave us is really quite good. It does a good job of showcasing things that are important to the game, but RP walking like this is not one of them. If you did this in game, your teammates will scream at you, like, you don't have time to do this kind of thing. You are evaluating weapons and items and stats as fast as you can because you also have to think about where to go next, and yeah, it's just crazy. So a big part of skill expression is being able to look at a weapon and saying, okay, this suits my build, okay, I'm going to work towards this, or I'm going to leave this one behind, or I'm going to give this one to a teammate, that sort of thing. And a part of what makes this so much simpler than Elden Ring, but also so much more complex, is that yes, weapons have been simplified in the sense that they have one number associated with the damage they do, and it's quite clear if they inflict a status effect like Scarlet Rot. It's obvious if you've played the base game which skill is tied to the weapon, but what makes this so much more complex is that every single piece of equipment now comes with passive buffs that affect your character even if the weapon isn't actually in your hand. So you have 6 weapon slots in this game, and you want to fill every single one of them because every weapon will confer a different passive buff that will affect the main weapon that you have in your hand. So say, for example, these 3 armaments drop for you. Which ones would you take with you? If you're playing a melee character, the Tree Spear might be great because it actually has a really good charge attack and it increases the damage that charge attacks do, so you might want to base your build more around a charge attack playstyle. Or if you have the Duchess on your team, you might want to grab the Bleed weapon because Bleed seems to synergize really well with the stopwatch ability that duplicates damage. Being able to spot these synergies in an instant and try to make your build on the fly was a really big part of what made this game so fun to me. You should also be evaluating consumables because you can only carry 4 stacks of any one consumable at any one time, and consumables are really good now. Firebombs are now handheld nukes that can be thrown in midair, and weapon buffs can be applied to any weapon, and they're powerful, so bear that.
I forgot about that. You can buff unique weapons in this game. Dude, you can probably buff the Moonlight Greatsword. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Yeah, you can just use consumables on all the unique weapons because, you know, why not? yeah. So you can literally put on like lightning resin on like, you know, the Darkmoon Greatsword. You can like and just throw it on. Obviously you can buff the Darkmoon Greatsword, so it's a bad example. But something that you can't normally buff. Yeah, Euphoria. Let's say Euphoria if it was in the game, which again we haven't seen any DLC stuff in the game yet. It's super cool. It's super cool. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, very, very cool. Very cool option there. Yeah, Blasphemous Blade. You can buff Blasphemous Blade with like fire resin if you get it. Crazy.
That in mind. Another thing that's really important is ideally you'll have someone on your team who's really good at quickly evaluating where it will be best to go next. There are a lot of important landmarks in this game, and many of them will be recognizable across multiple sessions. For example, you see that black rise off to the right there? So if you solve the puzzle and make your way to the top, you'll get a choice of 3 armaments and or buffs to choose from, which usually is a reward that's exclusive to when you kill bosses in this game. So basically every landmark has a boss within it, but some have interesting things as well, like we're currently diving down to Kenneth Heights Castle, which showed up a few times for us in our run, and inside this room there was a map on the table, and when you interact with the map, it actually reveals points of interest that usually wouldn't be marked on the map. For example, the locations of these silver scarab beetles would show up, and whenever we defeated one of these, a talisman would drop. Each character has 2 talisman slots, and being able to loot a talisman usually was a really big power spike for one member of our team. And I don't have footage of it, but Kenneth Heights map also revealed the location of merchants on the map, and these merchants were always next to a smithing table, and they always sold one type of smithing stone, which would have allowed you to level up your weapon. This is probably a really important mechanic to interact with if you find a merchant, because weapons have different rarities as well, which is something I should have mentioned. There's a common level 1 rarity, there's a rare blue level 3 rarity, there's an epic purple level 9 rarity, and we only found 2 of these, but there is a legendary rarity as well that requires you to be level 12. to equip it. I'll admit there were runs where I was like, ah man, we didn't get any good loot that run, like we didn't find that many epics or legendaries, and that could be a bit frustrating. However, I suspect that the merchants and their smithing tables will be a way to consistently upgrade a weapon that might be common, but it might have a really good buff that you want.
Okay, I'm gonna stop Vadi right there. I don't know if he's the unluckiest bitch alive. Obviously not, because he got to play the game for 6 hours with, you know, no disconnects. But I got legendaries like almost every single run. I got, what did I get? I got a legendary Blasphemous Blade. I got legendary Blasphemous Blade. I got legendary oh my god, Eleonora's. I got a legendary Eleonora's. I got so many legendaries and like purples, like up the wazoo. He probably just looked in the wrong areas. I don't know. I don't think he did. Like, it seems like he understood the game better than I did, because he got more time with it, right? Like, no way he didn't. Like, Vadi's a gamer. So I think it's really fine. I think he just got really unlucky, dude, or I got really lucky. I'm not sure. RNG at its finest, though, for sure. Obviously I got less time, so my pool is smaller, but I mean, I think I just got really, really lucky, which is funny. Anyways, yeah. And
so I think upgrading weapons could be a way to sort of smooth out the randomness of the game. At the end of every day, you face a major boss, so there were 4 different types we could face in this demo, and they were all very difficult, especially the ones that split into multiple versions of themselves or had multiple ads that you had to deal with, because that required everyone in your team to fulfill a role, and the strategy you use against these bosses will play a huge part in your success. For example, we had someone on our team who was not as familiar with Elden Ring, so they ended up taking on a tanking role where they kind of held up their shield and tried their best to keep aggro rather than dealing damage, and they did a great job of that. That worked really well because they could do something like distract the demi-human queen all by themselves, while me and a more competent player were able to DPS this demi-human swordsman.
That's really, really funny, because I had a guy on my test. I swear to God, I can't make this up. I heard it while I was playing. He was like, "Hey guys, how do you two-hand your weapon?" I was like, "What? Like what? Really? Holy shit!" It's like, I'm so glad that he was not on my team. I'm sorry. I know it can be tricky. I know it can be tricky in Elden Ring. It can be tricky, okay? It's triangle plus R1. It's a combo. But it was funny. It was one of those moments where I was like, "Oh fuck. We're in trouble." Lord have mercy. The poor journalist, dude. He's just not familiar with Elden Ring, you know. They flew out all sorts of journos from different outlets that may or may not have ever played Elden Ring at all. Was it content creators? Me, Pineapple, and Lobos Jr. were the only content creators there that I like knew of. I think there was some South American content creators, but there was only 3 of them, and I've never met them, and they were in like a different part of the event. So yeah, no, we're lucky. I'm a lucky guy. Okay, I don't know. I feel like I didn't quite deserve to be there, considering, you know, I was with Iron Pineapple and Lobos, you know, like I'm just flying by, okay? I'm not gonna complain anymore, but the numbers don't add up. That's all I have to say. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep on going, you know? I'm not complaining. My king's so humble, imposter syndrome. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're an OG. I am an OG. Obviously, me and Namco have a really good relationship. Me and FromSoft have a really good relationship. But it's like, you know, it's just funny. Yeah, they really didn't invite too many content creators. I got very lucky. to be at this event, and I am truly blessed that I was invited. So, yeah, I feel really, 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 really honored. Anyways, I'm going to answer your question after the video. We got just a couple minutes left, and then I'll answer all your questions. Yeah.
Down and then go back and help the tank with the one they were aggroing. There were strategies for every boss like this, and I really enjoyed coming up with ways to defeat these bosses on the fly and accounting for things that went wrong within the fight. So what you're seeing here is the end of day 1, where they've defeated the major boss, and now they get to claim a reward. Like many rewards in this game, it's a choice between 3 different options. Sometimes it was a choice between permanent effects and buffs for your character, sometimes weapons, sometimes both, and again you have to make a really split-second decision on what is best for you and your team. And then at the end of the day, the Nightreign recedes, and you can go out and explore again. But bear in mind, I'm pretty sure everything you killed on day 1 stays dead on day 2, so it was important to keep progressing around the map and finding new places to explore. Eventually, everything culminates in this, your final fight against the chosen Night Lord that you set out to face when you left the Round Table Hold. In this case, our final boss was called Tricephalus, a 3-headed hound that periodically would split into 3 parts, one for each member of your group. It's in this boss fight, and boss fights like this, that you realize Nightreign really was designed for 3 people. Yes, they probably could have designed enemies so that they scaled with the amount of people in your party, but there's something to be said for not compromising on your boss design around that fact. You know, these bosses feel like they were designed to be taken on with 3 people, and everyone in your party is supposed to have a different role in these fights as a result. So, that's Nightreign. I mean, I could go on about all the different little things I've discovered, but I don't have footage for it right now, so I think I'll just give you my thoughts on the game. Obviously, somewhat biased. I run a From Software YouTube channel. You have to take what I say with a grain of salt, but I really did have so much fun playing this. In retrospect, I was a bit wrong about my analysis of the game previously, because previously a big point I mentioned was that, you know, Nightreign will allow you to get immersed in this ever-changing world and take in the scenery and just enjoy like a first playthrough of Elden Ring again. This isn't that. Like, you don't have time to appreciate this world sometimes. Instead, that feeling is replaced with this rush to explore and get stronger and overcome difficulty, and when your build comes together just right and that allows you to kill even more bosses even faster and get even stronger, it's a great feeling. And over the course of our play session, you know, we finally had one run where everything came together perfectly. We got the items we wanted, we managed to execute our strategies perfectly, and we finally faced off against the final boss and managed to take it down. If you have a friend or two who are into Elden Ring as well, and you think you can all team up and take on this game together, I think it's going to be like one of the best co-op experiences you've ever had. My main concerns with this game come from the fact that, you know, if you don't have someone else to play this with, will this game still be great played with randoms or played by yourself? I'm not as sure of that, and I think come the network test in a couple of days, people aren't going to have that many friends to play with who also got into the network test, and so I think some of the feedback might be more negative because of that. But as it stands, everyone I know had a blast playing this together, especially side by side in the same room with other people. It was just an unforgettable experience. The other thing I'm curious about is, when the full game releases, how random will the maps be? In this demo build of the game, again, we could only play one of 2 maps, but we've kind of been led to believe that maps will be somewhat procedurally generated and that they'll stitch together different zones. And yeah, the demo had 2 maps seemingly that you could explore, and over the course of our session and over the course of the network test, when people play this, they're going to start figuring out these maps and understanding the best route through, and it will become familiar to them, which I don't think is the intended experience for Nightreign. I suspect in the full game, and I hope in the full game, maps are really, really randomized, and no two playthroughs are the same, so that's definitely something I'm going to be looking for in the full release. Anyway, I hope this video helped you understand more about the game. I'll be playing the network test and recording our experiences, and I might make a video on that as well, so subscribe, stay tuned. Thank you to Bandai for flying me out and giving me this experience, and thank you for watching.
Thank you, Vadim. All right, guys, that was a great video. I really liked his take. I have so many thoughts and so much things to say, but first of all, go check out Vadim's video. It was excellent. He did a great job. I really liked his video. Be sure to subscribe to Vadim if you haven't. Let's be honest, you're already subscribed to Vadim. Let's fucking be honest. You're already subscribed to Vadim. So I don't need to. This is nothing new. Okay. Now I can finally chat with you guys again. If you guys have any questions about the game, I will answer them no matter how stupid they are. No, I'm just kidding. But really, now is the time to ask your questions. Yo, Dr. Pancakes, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Welcome. Enjoy those emotes. Thank you. How do you two-hand? Yeah. Any new ashes? Unfortunately, no new Ashes of War. Even on the new weapons with the new movesets, there was no new Ashes of War. It was a bit of a bummer. That would have been cool. However, there was actually icons for each old Ash of War, like super detailed, brand new icons for each old Ash of War. The unique ones that you can't rip off the unique weapons. Like they had Blasphemous Blade on there. They had Rivers of Blood on there. They had unique icons for them, which I found extremely interesting, because why would they do that? Why did those have to have icons in this game? Are we going to be able to Rivers of Blood like anything? Like, interesting, right? So that's something I've thought about quite a bit, actually, that I forgot to add in my video. Yeah, they literally had icons for all the unique Ashes of War, and I was like, that's really cool. Like the Moonlight Greatsword one looked so sick. The Dark Moon Greatsword one, it's like a beautiful icon of like the buff. It was super cool. You can play with one player. You can play offline, or you can play one player and then get two teammates. You can play two players and get one random teammates, and you can obviously play as a group of three. So no matter what you play, you're going to be able to matchmake with random players and play the game. However, again, random players can pick up loot, right? Like most loot on the ground is just, it's shared. So anybody can pick it up. So I'm worried that in a random group, people are going to be obnoxious. They're just going to pick up all the loot and just not share at all. Just be like hoard. You know how random players are, you know, they're very selfish. There's not a lot of team spirit with random players. That's me. Yeah, exactly. There's loot goblins. There's loot goblins. And it can be fun to be the loot goblin, but it can also really suck when you're trying to help out, you know, help out everybody and actually win, you know? So I don't know, but thankfully the best stuff is from the sort of the black holes that spawn. And those aren't shared. Those you can get the legendary weapons, and that's fucking yours. Nobody can take that from you. Plus obviously the character upgrades and stuff. Really cool. Thanks so much for the QA. No problem. No PvP. Inventory limit. 6 items. 6 items for your equipment and 4 consumables. And 2 talisman slots. Talismans are all the same old talismans you know from Elden Ring. So you see lots of familiar stuff. You know what's crazy? Is that I'm the most negative person on this game. And I'm usually the most positive person ever. I don't know what that means. I was shocked Iron Pineapple actually ended up being like really positive about the game. Because coming from the event, he seemed really negative. I think he was just bummed because of the disconnects, right? Because it really did suck. I think we would have had a lot better time if we didn't have the disconnects on our session. Because that was a huge bummer. Plus, we didn't get to play for very long. We would have been able to have like 6 hours like Vadi if the event didn't totally fuck up. So that was also a big bummer. But even though the little time we had, I really had fun with it. Again, I have this concern because I know what it takes to be a good roguelike with infinite replayability. And so far, this hasn't shown me any of that. This hasn't shown me any of that. I haven't seen a single bit of randomness, a single bit of like a game-changing upgrade that like changes the run like super powerful, like maybe one or two. And that's sort of my problem, is that there needs to be more game-changing upgrades. There needs to be more variety. There needs to be more fucking maps, dude. More stuff happening. More variety, more randomness. No two runs need to be the same ever. And from the test, again, every single run was exactly the same, but that was the point. They did it like that because it was a network test. So I can't tell you that the full game is going to be good or not, because we just don't know. No one knows. And that's frustrating because it's like, I can't recommend it yet. I can't recommend you this game because we don't know if FromSoft knows how to make a roguelike. They might just fucking not. But I have faith in them. This is on a faith thing, you know? FromSoft has never... Oh, they have made some pretty bad games. But in the past 10 years, they haven't made anything less than a 10 out of 10 must-play video game. Literally all masterpieces. So I don't think this is going to be the point where, oh man, they finally are going downhill. You know, it's just... These guys know how to make games. So I think we're good. I think we're in good hands. Were you thinking of Dark Souls 2? How dare you? How fucking dare you? I wouldn't say all their games are 10 out of 10. I would. I definitely would. For the past decade, I definitely would. I would say literally all their games are 10 out of 10 must plays. And yeah. Even Dark Souls 3, the one I hate the most, I have to say it's a 10 out of 10. Would you want broken abilities in the game like PoE 2? No. Okay, so if you played a roguelike, you'll understand what I mean. Stuff that you get that completely changes your run, you know, completely changes the gameplay, completely changes your thought process of like even looting to try to work around, right? Something like that. This game doesn't have that yet. And I'm worried that it might never have that. I'm worried that it's playing it too safe. Might be playing it too safe. You know? Risk of Rain 2, exactly. Stuff like Risk of Rain. Like faster attack speed. Imagine getting consumables in this game that sped up your attack speed. And you go, you're like it would be like super fucking cheatsy, but it would be so fun. You know, and it scaled you down. You know, obviously it would be too OP if it got too out of control, but it would scale the damage to where it would just be really, really strong and not completely overpowered. You know, stuff like that. Stuff like that, I think would be really fucking cool. But I think they're gonna play it a little too safe, and I'm worried about that. I'm worried about that. But yeah, mentioned if boss movesets change while solo. Nothing changes while solo. Absolutely nothing. There's no solo scaling whatsoever. The movesets don't change. You're getting the full fucking shebang. You're getting shit on. It's gonna be hard. I'm excited for it. Honestly, I'm excited for it. I think most players will probably farm up really good runes before they attempt some solo runs. Any gacha in this game? Collecting rare equipment? Yes, so the main permanent progression is based on relics. And you get 3 relics per run. No matter if you win or lose. But obviously if you win, you get the highest rarity relics. They're totally random. And they can be equipped in your characters, and they really boost your characters up. And those I hope are more exciting too, because I've already seen some really cool ones. Like I said, the healing one, the consumable one that spreads healing to your teammates, consumable items to your teammates. Very cool supporty stuff. There's one again for Wilder I got that allows him to do a unique attack after his grapple hook. Shit like that is really fucking cool. I'm actually looking forward to that. Yes, you can stack 3 characters. You can stack any amount of characters. They're not unique. So if somebody like, you know, locks in Wilder, you're not like, oh, I want it to be Wilder. You're like, fuck it, 2 Wilders, baby. And then a 3rd guy goes Wilder. Fuck it, 3 Wilders. Yeah, you can stack any amount of characters. It's cool. So it doesn't lock the character. You know, you're not like, oh, I'm gonna dodge because someone picked my character, you know. So it's cool. Plus there's skins. There's skins that you can unlock obviously through just playing. For each character, so they can look different. I'm excited to see those skins. I wonder if they're just gonna be recolors, or if they're gonna actually have like different armor and stuff. I think they're probably just gonna be recolors. But even then, fuck it, I'll play for a recolor. How to unlock skins? From what I understand, they're unlocked in the shop. That you can, you grind basically runs. After every run, you get, number 1, I said the 3 relics, but you also get some currency, some in-game currency. And, eventually you'll be able to probably afford the skin in the shop and buy it. And again, there's no microtransactions, no fucking battle pass. There's none of that bullshit in this game at all. It's FromSoft. They don't do that stuff. However, they are doing a DLC. I'm not sure how much the DLC is, but I know it's $15 more for the deluxe edition, right? So for $15 more, you get new characters, new bosses, and new biomes. That's a huge fucking, that's huge. Full iframes on the Witch Vault. On every single ultimate, there's full iframes. So if you're like struggling, you can just pop your ult and become invincible for a moment. We have parry skills. We have all the parry skills from Elden Ring. All the skills from Elden Ring in this game. There's nothing like new besides the unique character weapons. I sort of wish there was though, chat. I sort of wish there was. It's actually sort of a point of disappointment for me as well, especially if there's not enough variety in this game. Does it feel good to play? Fuck yeah, it's Elden Ring. It felt incredible, especially with the giga sprinting and the vaulting and the new movement speed and stuff. Even the new movesets for the weapons felt really, really good. I felt sad that they weren't in Elden Ring. You know, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go back to Elden Ring and not have this weapon. Like, Wilder's greatsword is so cool. It's got like a lot of sort of like back and forth, like forward swings. And all the greatswords in this game have an updated moveset. I talked about that in my video, if you haven't watched it. But yeah. You think the storyline lore will make any sense? Yeah, of course it will. Why wouldn't it? And it's a fantasy game. They can make whatever the fuck they want make sense, you know? It's not going to tie into Elden Ring in any way, shape, or form. It's totally separate universe. Thoughts on the Recluse? Probably one of the coolest characters ever. I'm not going to play her too much because I'm not like a big mage fan. But yeah, she's fucking badass. Will it be good? We don't know yet. We really don't know. It's the test is too bare bones to tell you if the game will be good. I'd love to tell you, yeah, this is going to be the best game ever. I think it will be good. It will be good because it is just Elden Ring. No matter what, this game will be good. Will it be great? Will it be the best roguelike ever. That's what we gotta wait for. That's the part I can't tell you. I can tell you, yeah, this game's gonna be fucking good. Like, this is guaranteed to be a good game because it is just Elden Ring. You know, it's got fucking Elden Ring combat and the Elden Ring stuff, Elden Ring bosses. Elden Ring is good. It's gonna be a good game no matter what, but is it gonna exceed the good? Is it gonna be more than just a good game? Is it gonna be worth $40? That's what I can't tell you right now because I wish I could. I'm excited to hopefully get the full game early, or maybe get flown out to another one of these events. Hopefully the NDA lifts early before the game launches, and I can tell you guys that I can answer that question for you guys because I would really like that. I would really like to answer that question for you guys because I'm wondering it myself. Yeah, a lot of you guys are super negative about the game, and honestly, a lot of you guys are just complaining about nothing. You're probably, half of you are probably that are complaining are gonna end up buying the game. Almost guaranteed. Yeah, no, it's this game is very controversial. This game is very controversial. There's a lot of issues with it. But it's gonna be good no matter what. It will be a good game. Did we get debated by IGN journos with the ability to manually choose attributes to level up? Yes, we did, Steel. I immediately found out that you could not, in fact, allocate your levels at all. It was just a one button level up, and it automatically leveled up your character. And there's hidden stats that we can't see. I talked about that in my video. Hysterical. Hysterical. Yeah. So that's stuff I don't like. That's stuff I don't like. The hidden stat stuff. There's a paywall behind additional playable characters and bosses. There is a reason to be negative. I mean, if you played any FromSoft game, you know that they're going to be a extremely high quality DLC. And I think that the full game for $40 is going to have enough content to warrant the price. And the DLC is only $15, right? $15 for brand new characters, bosses, and areas. That's the price of like one skin in any other game. Like, how are you complaining about that? I saw 55. Dude, that you get the full game for $40 plus $15 equals 55. It's basic math, brother. It explains a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah, the DLC isn't more than the game price. Yeah, plus with that you get the what do you get? The art book. Well, there was some other like bullshit you get. The soundtrack. Yeah, you get a lot for your bang for your buck there. Yeah. But yes, that's how math works. Anyways. Looking for some less dumb questions. Crossplay? No crossplay, unfortunately. Yeah, no crossplay. Yeah, this is not a battle royale. A lot of people think it is. Scott. So the Night Lord final boss is actually an old monk style fight, and it's really a PvP game, right? Yeah, you fucking wish, Scott. Scott, so I saw your post on Twitter. You were worried about the longevity, and this is not going to be like Binding of Isaac replayability, and that's my main concern, right? My main concern is that this doesn't have what it takes to be an infinitely replayable roguelike, and I really wish it did. I really wish it did, and I don't know if it does, because yeah, there's no way to know, because the test we played was Soul Bare Bones. It was the same fucking thing over and over. We just don't know yet. I hope you're wrong. I really hope you're wrong, and I hope I'm wrong too. Yeah, it's crazy that Vadi and Pineapple, which is no offense to Pineapple, but he's usually negative on this stuff. And he was negative when we got done from the event. He came in like, you know, again, I think it was because we just had a shit time at the event. But it's crazy that I was the most negative out of all of them when I'm usually the most positive about everything. Like usually that's not the case, so it's weird. I don't know what to take from that. Take from that what you will. That usually the people who are negative are quite positive about it. So I think, is that a bad sign? I don't know. I don't know what that means. You don't have a STEM degree. Don't talk to me about math. Someone post me a link for the DLC being $15. Bro, $40 plus 15 equal 55. You don't have to have a math degree for that. Also, technically, I'm very close to a math degree. I could only take 2 classes and have one. But that's besides the point. You don't need a math degree. You just need a brain. Apparently, you don't have that. So, unlucky. All right, let's get some good questions. Yeah, do you guys have any questions? Any more questions about the game at all? Oh, frame rate. So again, I talked about this in my video on YouTube, but the game ran at about 50 to 60 FPS. Very, very similar to Elden Ring PS5. So if you have Elden Ring on PS5 and you're okay with the frame rate, it's going to be exactly the same. On, of course, prioritize frame rate mode on performance mode. Will there be a duo option? There is a duo option, but it'll queue you up with a random. You can't play with just 2 players. You can, however, play solo. Really weird, but it is what it is. I think they're really trying to push the fact that this game is balanced around 3 players. Explain how solo works. You play it by yourself. That's it. It's the same exact game, just you're alone. No change at all. No, doesn't make it easier. Doesn't half the move sets. You're fighting a 3-man army. Any crashes? No crashes. No crashes. Our play session was really perfect in terms of stability. Didn't have any crashes. So that's good. It releases when? May 30th. Did you fight any new bosses besides Night Lord? No. Technically, yes. Actually, yes. Does an old new boss count? Because then I fought the Centipede Demon from Dark Souls 1. Which was awesome, by the way. It had the same music as Dark Souls 1. Which is super nostalgic. It was really good. Will you stream the Sony event today? I don't know if I'm going to be awake, man. I stayed up all night to stream this. The second the embargo lift. So, was the moveset updated? Yes, I forgot to add that. He had a totally different moveset. He had his old moves. But then he had some new moves that were like, whoa, what the fuck? I've killed Centipede Demon 10,000 times on Dark Souls 1. Okay? He had some crazy new moves. I was like, what the fuck? And the timings for his jump were a little different too. Right when I expected the roll, he was still in the air, and I was like, bro, land, bitch. I was like, where is he? So it was fun. It was really fun. They're fucking with veterans. They're fucking with veterans for sure. Morgott had new moves. He had like Pineapple mentioned, he fucked us up with like his big blood flame blade. He literally insta-killed 2 of us. He had, you know how he does the double dagger throws and then he flips? Instead of flipping, he just threw more daggers. He threw like fucking 6 more daggers. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, stop. he was doing crazy stuff. But yes, how many lives? Infinite amount of lives. It's just that every time you got knocked down, you got a pip on your revive bar, right? And the more pips on your revive bar, the longer it takes to res you. So, you know, normally it would take like 1 hit from an enemy, 3 hits from your teammate, 3 hits from your teammate to res you. Then it takes like 5 hits the next time. Then it takes like 10 hits. And you're like, oh, fuck. Like, this is stop dying, bro. Stop dying. I can't get you. You know, it gets harder and harder and harder to res your teammates. You're like constantly sitting there just swinging at their corpses. How long one session takes? So on average, we estimated about 1 hour per session. 15 minutes per day. Then the boss. So 30 minutes total. Guaranteed, right? 30 minutes total guaranteed because each day, again, 15 minutes, 15. I can't believe I have to do this. Basic math, apparently. 15 plus 15 is 30. So 30 minutes minimum. And then obviously you got the bosses. Bosses are going to take like 5-10 minutes. So we'll just say day 1 and 2 bosses take 5 minutes each. We're at 40 minutes now. And then the final boss, which doesn't have a day. You just go into the final boss. And that is probably going to be around 10 minutes. So we'll just say 50 minutes. That's being generous. That's saying you don't dick around and you're quite clean with the run, right? So it's going to be like probably around an hour. I think I average around an hour per run. Can't pause. No pausing. No pausing at all. Is each character a different Souls play style? Yes. Yes, so the character you're looking at has Bloodborne dodges. She's super cool. Each character has unique dodges. So Wilder is like Elden Ring dude. Like he's the Dark Souls guy. The Duchess is the character you're looking at now. She's Bloodborne girl. She's the Bloodborne girl. Now there's also the Sekiro guy, which we haven't seen. He can deflect. That's his ability. We haven't seen him like in gameplay yet, just aside from that one little clip. But yeah, there are definitely some classes that are like heavily inspired from their previous games, which is really cool. And of course, there's unique stuff like the mage has like the super floaty dodges, and you know, the eagle guy has giga blocks. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. Can you cut off the centipede demon's tail still? Yes, you can cut off all of his limbs. And when you cut off the limbs, just like Dark Souls 1, they become their own enemy. And you have to fight them. So it's perfect for a 3-player like battle. That happened a lot. You know, I'd go to hit the centipede demon and I'd chop off one of his limbs. And I'd be like, oh God, Pineapple, can you get his limb? And he'd be like, yep, I'm on it. So you'd target the limb and I'd continue fighting the centipede demon, chopping off his limbs for like my teammates to deal with, right? It was super fun. Like that's why the game is meant for trios. Like this game is meant for 3 players. It is completely balanced around 3, no more, no less. And I think you'll have the best experience if you play with 3 players every single time. There is no in-game voice chat. However, there is pings. You can ping loot on the ground. You can ping map locations, and you can do gestures. So there's a lot of ways to communicate inside of the game. How difficult was the 3-headed hound boss? Super difficult, super hard. He was nasty. I don't think anybody came out of this thinking that that boss is easy. Even 2 of the best PvEers that I know of, Iron Pineapple and Lobos Jr. on my team, couldn't handle him. Like, he was hard. He was a hard fucking boss. Any classes that seem head and shoulders above the others? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Black's fucking Duchess. Her ability, Iron Pineapple talked about this. Her 10-second ability to rewind and do the same damage that was just done is stupid. It essentially doubles the damage of your big burst. So if you do a bleed proc, activate her ability, boom, double bleed proc. Like, what the fuck? You do a big jump attack with Royal Knight Resolve, boom, it happens again when she presses a button. That's so stupid. Wilder does big stun, is his super giga stun move. They even show that off in this trailer. Boom, Duchess rewinds, another stun, another guaranteed stagger. Like, and that's not her ultimate ability. That's her baby ability. Her ultimate ability just like makes people like stealth for like, yeah, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. So it's just like, it feels like it should be totally reversed. Like she should be able to stealth for her ability. And then her ultimate is the double up, right? Like it's a totally opposite day with her. So yeah, she's broken, honestly. She's super dumb. Yeah. Can you make your own character? No, you have to pick from 8 predetermined character classes with abilities. And there are no invasions. There's no PvP at all in this game. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this dude. Do us all a favor for the YouTube chat. The only PvP is rezzing your friends or not, or stealing their loot. Yeah. Any cooldown on abilities? Yes. So again, everybody has like a short cooldown ability that they can use pretty often, like on a 10-second ish cooldown. And then they have a long ability that takes a while to recharge. Both abilities recharge quicker if you do damage. So it rewards playing aggressively, which is really cool. However, they all passively recharge over time no matter what. How long could you survive outside the zone? So often I got trapped outside the zone, and you die pretty damn quick. You die pretty damn quick. I think it takes about, I don't know, I'd say about 15 seconds for you to die outside the zone. If you're just sitting out there not healing. Like, that doesn't seem like a long time, but you can get caught and the zone is like across the map and then you're just dead. You're just cooked. You're totally dead. And the worst part is that no one can get to you to revive you, right? That's the part where people actually die and they lose levels. And losing levels in this game is really, really fucking bad because there's only 15 of them. So. Yo, Bandai Namco Europe. So good to see you. No problem. I hope you enjoyed. Glad you enjoyed the video. Thanks for the great game. Really looking forward to it. Yeah, I heard you guys over in Europe had a wonderful event as well. Good to see you. We can de-level? Yes, if you bleed out, if no one revives you, you de-level. Netcode sucks like Elden Ring, or it's improved. It is vastly improved to the point where the syncing is perfect. Obviously, we were playing like next to each other, like during this test, and I could peek over people's shoulders and see that they had the exact same like boss timings and attacks and everything. They had a focus on co-op for the netcode, and they improved it to perfectly sync up with each other. For real? Yeah, for real. If only they did this with PvP, man. Oh, I'd be so happy. But yeah. So this game has like no lag when you're like fighting a boss at all, you know. It's like, it's just perfect. It's really good. It happened in LAN and Dark Souls. It wasn't on LAN, Scott. It wasn't on LAN. This was we went straight to the servers. Like, we all had to connect to PSN to play. So it's possible that because we were in the same room, it was better netcode. That's totally possible. So did I in that test? That's a good point. That's a good point, Scott. That's a good point. It might have been zero ping connection. That might have been just magic. That's a very good point. Scott makes a good point. Well, we're going to find out in 2 days, Scott. We're going to find out in 2 days if the network test has bad connection. That'll be a quick one to solve, which is nice. The other stuff, not so easy to solve. Speaking of which, again, chat, I'll be streaming all 5 tests coming up on the 14th to the 16th. All 5 of them. Hopefully, yeah, I'll be making them unless I like fall asleep. Also, look at this idiot use Death's Poker without FP. Who at FromSoft is playing right now? We need to shame them. He even went for the second part too. Like bro saw that he didn't have FP for the first part and committed to the R2 portion of that. And I was like, what are you doing, man? So funny. Is there any lore? Yeah, there's each character has their own lore and stories. After every run, you get to go back to the round table hold and talk to them. All the playable characters that you're not playing, you can interact with. And they have lore. I have to read this comment. Damn, Oro sounds like a used car salesman now. I don't even know who you are anymore, bro. Bro, you never knew who I was in the first place. if you're posting that. What's wrong with you? All I know is you're a guy who can't do simple math. That's all I've discovered. Yeah, I don't know what he wants me to say about the game. I'm being literally the most negative out of probably any person to play the game. He wants me to just hate it for no reason. It's funny. I literally think I'm the most negative person out of this whole test. And it's not to say that I dislike it, because I think it's going to be good. I know it's going to be good. It is going to be good. It's fucking Elden Ring. But yeah, again, it's like, is it going to be great or not? I don't know. And until we know, I can't recommend the game. And I don't know how people are getting upset over that, you know? Like, I'm not telling you to buy this game and pre-order right now. I'm saying I don't know if it's going to be a good roguelike. I don't know if it's going to have a lot of replayability. I don't know if you're going to get bored within a week of playing, because you might. I really don't know. And the answer to those questions are so vital to whether I'm going to recommend the game to people or not. And right now, I just don't have enough information. Like, we don't have enough info. So. Yeah, I hope it's good too. I hope it's good too. I really am looking forward to getting my hands on the final game, like I said. Did the length of each day feel limiting too fast? Yes. But that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because it keeps you on your toes. You have to constantly look at the map, figure out where the circle's going, make sure you don't get caught in it and die. It felt like you had to speed up. It felt like you had to go. Every second mattered. And Vadi, like, yelling at those people, like, slow walking, like, picking up the loot, was totally justifiable, because literally every second counts in this game. You really got to make you just got to make every second count. You got to speed up. You got to go. You don't have time to dick around. It felt like every second I did just looking around or going at the map and stuff, I was wasting time. Can you check the map while moving? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you had to stop every time I check the map. I don't think I could move. I don't remember. Oh no, you can move. You can move. You can totally move while checking the map. Yeah, it was just hard, I think. Wait, could you? I actually don't know. I don't remember. Sorry. I'm thinking about it now. I actually don't know. Yeah. Is it possible to parry with your sword if your sword has the parry Ash of War on it? Yeah. Just like Elden Ring. Does the map change every playthrough? No. So basically it's the same map every time. However, there are different like things that happen. They said that there's going to be like volcanoes and crazy shit happening. We didn't see any of that in the playtest though. So from my limited testing, from the limited test, that's again like one. It's like the same thing every single time. We didn't get to see the variety, and I'm hoping that changes in the full game. That's sort of my main concern. Stamina works the same as Elden Ring. Yep. If you sprint in the middle of combat, your whole stamina bar drains like instantly. So you really want to be careful like sprinting in the middle of combat. Like if you do the giga sprint, like you're gonna be out of stamina for a minute. However, oh my god, I forgot to mention this. Freaking stamina regen was insane. It was super high. I felt like I never ran out of stamina for more than like a split second. Like it felt like I was dual wielding grass crest shields and you know, eating all the turtle meat. You know, eating the turtle meat, had the turtle shield on my back by default. That's how much stamina regen was in this game. It was crazy. So yeah, stamina regen. Yeah, Chloranthy Ring +8 actually. Yeah, stamina regen base for every character in this game was absolutely insane. That's something I noticed immediately that I forgot to mention in my video. Yeah, super fast stamina regen. You still dodge roll on button release? Yep. It's the exact same as Elden Ring. It's a network test, so the focus is on the network testing and not map generation. Yep, exactly. The network test is very bare bones, and that's exactly what we played. Was what you're about to experience in 2 days. Hopefully, if you got invited. So. Hope we meet Pinwheel. Me too, dude. Pinwheel updated. Pinwheel would be so sick. Guardian, an actual bird? He is a bird. He's literally a bird. He has wings. Look, he just flew up. He flies in the air. He's a broken wing. He's actually a bird, man. He's amazing. You see the same enemies often? No. During the run, you see different enemies, but in the test, you'll see the same enemies over and over each run. You know, and because of that, I think that this is just a slice of the final game. Will you stream during every slot of the network test? Yep. I'll try to stream all 15 hours of the network testing. Will I actually wake up for every single one and make it on time? I don't know, but I'll set my alarm. I'll try. It's gonna be one hell of a 2 days here, or 3 days really. Yeah. How good the netcode feels? Really good. They improved the netcode vastly. It felt perfect. But again, we were playing in the same room, as Scott pointed out. It may have been the fact that we were had like 0 ping to each other, right? So the network test will be more indicative of the netcode, of course, in 2 days' time here. Do you think Nightreign is a test for innovating class selection in future games? No. I think they are testing out mechanics with this game, but class selection is not one of them. Yeah. How's dual wielding? The same as it is in Elden Ring. Fantastic. Which class did you like the most? I like Wilder the most. He's like just so fun. The grapple hook being on such a short cooldown, I used it like all the time. I was like, wee, wee, wee. I was just spamming it. It was crazy. So much fun to just grapple to enemies and just destroy them. And the mobility is what I really liked about him. Any class feel more powerful than the others? This class right here, you're gonna watch what's OP. Boom, you see the stagger? It repeated. So dumb. Yeah, Duchess OP. Will there be unlocks, power-ups, hazards for new runs, characters after beating main boss? So I'm not actually sure if there's character unlocks, like you have to unlock the other 4. That would be interesting. But what we do know is that there is permanent progression in the form of relics, and you get 3 relics per run, win or lose, and depending on how good you do during the run is the random relics, a rarity that you get. So the highest rarities are only found on a successful run. When's it coming to PC? It's coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox on May 30th. How challenging was the parry window? The exact same as Elden Ring, which is to say decently challenging. We can expect 10 classes, full game plus DLC. They haven't said how many characters are going to be in the DLC, so we can expect 8 classes in the final game and at least 1 or more. Let's be honest, there's going to be more in the DLC. Anything feel limiting? If you didn't do a route or build, you were significantly worse off. Besides doing less damage with like melee weapons as the witch class and less damage with magic casting tools as like, you know, wilder, like the melee class. No, there was nothing felt too limiting at all. But yes, there's a significant damage decrease. Like if you find a legendary weapon on the recluse, you're gonna do way less damage with it than Wilder would, because Wilder has strength and dex, and you know, the recluse does not. But if your teammates die, then you continue on without them, or you hit them on the ground to revive them. Yeah. Which class is the most beginner friendly? 100% either the Guardian, which is the bird guy you're looking at right now. Also, wait, let's look at the T-pose. Let's look at the T-pose. It's in this clip. The Guardian or the Wilder. Wilder is really good. There he is. There he is. The T-pose. Oh, that's great. That's great. They forgot to edit that out. That's so funny. Whoops. Work in progress. We're still working. Whoops. So funny. Also, speaking of these mines, it's a good time to talk about these mines. Namco, some employees at Namco gave me a little bit of a hint to say that these mines are worth going into. And I don't think anyone else talked about that. So I'm going to relay that to you guys for the network test, because let's be honest, we're all going to figure it out. But yeah, these mines, if you fully clear them, there's some valuable stuff. Turns out there's some good stuff in here. Yeah. That's what I've been told by Namco employees. So who knows? Who knows? Iron Pineapple said he didn't find anything. Yeah, I was with Iron Pineapple when he didn't find anything. We didn't find anything, but again, Namco employees urged me that I missed something. We missed something in there. So yeah, the mines are good. The mines are good. Secret Easter egg. I think we just gotta look. We had to look a little harder. Yeah, if you don't find something in there, you gotta look a little harder. What's up, Pally? I did not check for illusory walls. No. There was some dungeons though. There's like some crazy indoor like dungeons and underground and stuff. There's also like tons of like castles and just crazy environments. Like, there's some cool stuff. There's some cool stuff that I totally forgot to mention. I think it'll be fun to explore in the network test. Oh my god, Colby with the code drop. Look at that. Thank you, Colby. I'm sure someone will really appreciate that. Can you explore the whole map in a run? Maybe. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, you'll die, right? Like, you'll definitely die. You'd have to be sprinting through it and not picking anything up or attacking anything. Okay. So, like, you could like run around and have a look around, but yeah, if you know, properly explore, probably not. How many players got into the network test? Any idea how many across all platforms? I have no idea. Million, billion people. How much of a focus is speedrunning stuff? It's like the whole game is going fast. The faster you go, the more advantage you have against the days, because each day it gets harder, right? So if you fall behind, you really feel it, and if you're ahead, you also feel it. You're like, oh my god, we're destroying these mini bosses, like we're blowing through them, we're doing so much damage. Yeah, it's super important to equip higher rarity stuff as quick as possible, and to level up as quick as possible. And like Pineapple said, there was really good stuff for sale in the shops often. You know, I literally saw Rivers of Blood for sale for like 40k runes. I think that's what he was owing to, as we both saw it in the shop. And it's like, dude, those 40k runes are like 3 levels. Like, they're so important. So yeah, I don't think it's worth like spending those runes on something you can get for free if you get lucky by just killing a mini boss, right? So is this just Elden Ring Risk of Rain 2? It is Elden Ring roguelike, and Risk of Rain is a roguelike, so I guess you could say that. Is it free to play? The game will be $40. Hope they sell dual grade stars. You can technically get 2 grade stars, yeah. Can you play it solo? You can. Do they have armor drops? No armor at all. Only equipment. Default controls for abilities. I talked about this in the video, but it's triangle plus R2 and L2. And for X-Bros, that's Y plus right trigger or left trigger. No fashion souls. There are skins for each character that you can earn through gameplay. But no, you can't equip like whatever you want. How intense the damage out of the ring seem? Very intense. Like I said, I think 15 seconds and you were dead. So if you're caught in that circle, you're cooked. Like oftentimes I got caught in it and just panicked to try to get up a mountain that I couldn't figure out, like trying to traverse the world like in a hurry. It was horribly like stressful, just like chugging my way to try to survive to the next site of grace. So I foresee a lot of people not checking the map and dying to the gas, really, the storm. Any new weapon classes? Technically, yes. Not new weapon classes, but there was new weapons with new movesets. Every single character has a unique weapon with a unique moveset to start. So Wilder's greatsword is completely unique to Wilder. It's really cool moveset. Guardian's Halberd has a unique moveset as well. Duchess Dagger has a unique moveset. And obviously, unfortunately, the witch only has a staff, so she doesn't have anything like crazy. But assuming every character has a cool, like, unique sort of starting weapon that you can actually level up to legendary and continue on with it. Melania? No, I don't know. We don't know if Melania's in. That would be really funny, though. Will there be microtransactions? There will be no microtransactions in this game whatsoever. No microtransactions, no battle pass, nothing. Everything is earned. Can you play solo? Yeah, of course you can play solo. How did you get access to play it? So I got to play it because From Software and Bandai Namco, the developers and the publishers of Elden Ring, they love me. That's it. Sorry. You'll get to play it soon, hopefully, if you got in the network test on the 14th. Will the game have achievements? Yeah, it's a full game. Of course it's going to have achievements. Who did you play with? I got to play with Lobos Jr. and Iron Pineapple. We were originally going to be split up, chat. We were going to be split up to make it even. Because they didn't want to put all the God gamers on the same team, right? Because there was a bunch of journalists who may or may not have never even played Elden Ring before or a Souls game. So they wanted us to be teamed up with them. That was the original plan. We weren't going to be able to play together. However, the event started becoming an absolute disaster. No one could connect with each other, and everybody kept on disconnecting like we talked about earlier. And the event planners at Namco were like, oh, fuck it. We'll put you all together. Why not? You know, you're going to disconnect anyways. So we're like, yay! And sure enough, we disconnected, but we still had fun. You know? So... Will it be possible to see the B-roll footage by itself? If you watch my video on YouTube, it is the B-roll footage by itself. Unfortunately, my voice is over it, but I mean, you can mute, you can hear the sound, the game sounds. It's as good as you're gonna get. And I'm playing it on a loop literally right now. Did the characters talk at all like witty banter, or was it pure silence? Oh, they don't speak. No, they don't have voices. That would be horrible. For a game like Elden Ring. I don't know, man. That would be weird. I'm very glad that that's not a thing. Voice chat? No voice chat. He's right behind me, isn't he? Yeah, exactly. Fuck. No PvP. Estimate how long to beat? Oh god. Depending on your skill, it's probably gonna take you I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I would be guessing based on a guess based on a guess. Like I didn't play the full game. We just played a little tiny slice of a network test that has basically no content. So I can't even begin to answer that. No chat for a co-op game? Yeah, I don't think there's I did ask that there's not gonna be any voice chat. So you'll be able to communicate with your teammates through weapon pings on the ground. You can ping items on the ground. You can ping on the map, and you can do in-game gestures. Any new emotes? Tons of new gestures, yes. Yes, tons of new gestures. They better add Dark Souls 1 gestures in, chat. I better see, well, what is it? Okay, if I don't see, well, what is it? I'm done with this trash. Alright, that's all I gotta say. Yeah, no look skyward, I'm done. Form of permanent progression? Yes, in the so after every run you get 3 randomized relics that you can equip on your characters. And depending on how well your run does, you get higher rarity relics. Very cool. The system is exactly like Bloodborne, Blood Gems, if you're familiar with that. It's literally like the same fucking thing. Even with the character slots being able to be changed as well. It's crazy. Did Morgott invade you? Unfortunately, Morgott did not invade our session, but I saw someone else get invaded by Morgott, and it was the funniest / scariest thing ever. Yeah, the thing is, I watched a lot of other players play because, you know, we didn't get to hog all the sessions the whole time, but they said we could watch, so I was like, well, fuck yeah, I'm watching. So I watched a lot of game journos struggle through with only 2 players. It was rough for all of us, but yeah, like I said, our team was the only people in our session who got to the boss with only 2 players. No one else even got to the damn boss. And we almost killed it too. Me and Lobos, we almost killed the final boss. Just me and him. We were so stacked. It was such a good run. And if Pineapple didn't disconnect, I'm 100% positive we would have won. Such a shame that the event was so scuffed. How long was your session? So it was supposed to be 90 minutes, right? But of course, I'm Oroboro, and I have Oroboro privileges, so I got to play a bit more. I got to play quite a bit more. I'd say maybe double that. Yeah, I felt bad for the journos who only got like 90 minutes of the game, and then they got disconnected, and then it was like a really shitty experience. Like, that sucked. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the reviews coming out from the US press are negative on this game. In fact, can anyone confirm if that's the case? What's your overall opinion? I am hopeful and optimistic. Yeah, cautiously optimistic. I think it's going to be good, but I don't know if it's going to be great yet. And I don't know if I can recommend it blindly to everyone like all the other FromSoft games. That's sort of how I'm feeling. 8 classes on launch? Yep, 8 classes on launch. Feel like a $60 game? I mean, it's a $40 game. And again, I can't tell you because I didn't play the final game. So only played a small portion of the network test that everyone else is about to play very soon. So is there a chance they're going to add invasions? No. There's no PvP in this game, and there never will be. Almost guaranteed. Sorry, it's a roguelike game. It just doesn't make sense for it to have PvP. From a pure fun standpoint, can you compare it to Wilds? No, because they're totally different games. And yeah. Yeah, I haven't played the final versions of either game. So are there any big flaws? The biggest flaw is not showing stats of the characters clearly. They're hidden stats. That's the biggest flaw with the game. And there's a lot of concerns right now for me, again, about the replayability and the randomness of each run, because we don't know yet. So, not performance? No, performance was totally good. It was fine. Like 50 to 60 FPS on PS5. That's exactly what Elden Ring runs at. So, I'm not surprised. It's pretty much exactly what I expect. Any mention of crossplay? No crossplay. No cosmetic armors? There are cosmetics. There's skins that you can earn through gameplay. Are there mimics? I'm not going to tell you that. How does that phantom ability work? So basically what it does is it rewinds the damage of the last like 5 seconds and doubles it. It's completely broken. It's so dumb. Super dumb ability. How can you play this right now? You can't. This is not me playing. This is gameplay. However, I did play it, 2 weeks ago. FromSoft and Bandai Namco flew me out to Las Vegas to play it early. So I can answer all your questions. No fall damage? No fall damage. It's super fun to just jump from cliffs and just live. I feel like this isn't for the invader community. I mean, if all you care about is invasions, then yeah, it's definitely not for you. It doesn't have invasions. You can go invis, get a backstab, and backstab again via rewind. Yes, exactly. Are there predefined classes? Yep. Yep. They'll basically, the game revolves around predefined classes. The foliage look better, and they may have improved the graphics slightly. I said it looks exactly like Elden Ring, but looking at this footage, it does look a little bit better. Maybe just a little bit better. But I can't be sure. Do we not have a release date? We do. We got one today, May 30th. Yep. Game's coming out May 30th. What, 3 months from now? That's not far. That's not far. Oh, thank God I have plenty of time to enjoy Monster Hunter Wilds, chat. Any reason to play this over Elden Ring? Yeah, you like roguelikes a lot. You want to have a fun co-op game with your friends. It's a completely different game. Like, yes, it is Elden Ring, but this warrants a whole new game. Yeah. This warrants a whole new game. Totally different. What percentage of the map did you clear per run? I would say about 30%. And I know that's not a lot, but yeah, I would say 30%. We were doing pretty bad. But we didn't have too much time to get better because of our play session was scuffed. I think as you get better, you'll probably get around 40-50%. Based on your experience, how fun do you think the game would be a single player? Are you a challenge runner? Have you beat all the Souls games at level 1? Yes, it'll be the best time of your life. If you haven't done that and you're an average player, no, it's going to be fucking terrible. You're going to hate it. Don't play solo. That's as simple as that. Did it feel repetitive? Yes. Because it was a play test, they on purposely had the same exact bosses, the same exact areas, the same exact landing points on every single one. So that's my main concern for the final game is if they switch things up and it's not repetitive. I'm sure they will, because again, Elden Ring has 100+ bosses and they're using what, 4? They're using 4 in this network test, 5. So yeah, they're gonna use more. They're gonna use more. So I think even on that fact alone, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, there was a fixed seed. There was 2 fixed seeds. 2 fixed seeds runs that played out. I think when the full game releases, it's gonna be completely random. Or maybe not completely random. Maybe they're in a pool, depending on like the difficulty you're in. But it'll definitely be much bigger. And yeah. You pre-ordering the collector's edition for the statue? No. Namco's gonna send me that for free because they love me. I know I'm a bitch. I'm sorry. They love me. I can't help it. I am gonna have to buy the helmet though. They're not gonna give me the helmet, the bastards. Can we stream the network test? If you haven't signed an NDA, you can stream it. Yep. And yes, the TLDR is if you don't sign anything if you don't sign an NDA, you can stream anything, right? Like they can't stop you. So yes, there's no NDA on the network test. Just stream away. Do you think Nightreign will gain as much popularity and longevity as Elden Ring? No. 100% no. It's already got a lot of negative press. A lot of people are confused about what the game even is. 0% chance. It's not, you know, it has Elden Ring in the name, so people that are already into Elden Ring are gonna notice it and try it out. But it to be as big as a release as Elden Ring, no. Not even close. It's gonna be a really fun side game though. I think that's what Nightreign is trying to be, and that's what it's gonna succeed at. So I'm excited. FP recharge on its own. I think FP recharges extremely slowly on its own. Recluse can FP regen like giga fast with their ability. So if you want to cast, you just play her. Is Deluxe Edition worth it? I can't tell you that right now because nobody knows if it's worth it right now. Unless you're like, you know, a giga Elden Ring fan like me, that you know you're gonna fucking play this shit, then yeah, obviously get it. Yeah, they're selling it for $40 for a reason. It's not supposed to be this like Elden Ring 2, you know. It's supposed to be a fun little side game that you know, if you want to play it and get it, it's going to be fantastic. And fans are going to love it. Like, I'm going to love this game. I know I am going to enjoy it. But I just can't blindly recommend. I want this to be a game that I can play forever and not get bored. Like Binding of Isaac and Hades. I want it to be like those roguelikes where I play it over and 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 over, and no run is ever the same. And I feel like this has potential to be just like those, but I need to see it. I haven't seen that yet, and I'm worried that it's gonna get old very quickly, even with these little variants and stuff. That's my main concern, right? It would need tons of content for that. I mean, it has tons of content for that, dude. Have you played Elden Ring? It's got 100+ bosses. Plus, they're adding in bosses from the previous games. Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. New movesets. All the weapons in Elden Ring. They're having DLC too. Like, it has the potential. They just need to do it correctly. They just need to do it right. And I just don't know if they're going to. Offline play will be available. Yes, offline play is available if you want to solo. Or just play offline for some reason. It's going to be very difficult though. This game is made for 3 players. Did you see her fight any of the legacy bosses? Morgott. Yeah, we fought Morgott. He was an asshole. He had a lot of new moves. It was really nasty. Three-player random or pre-made. You can do either. You can do either. You can do any combination you want. There's matchmaking online for any amount of players, so you can queue by yourself. You can queue with a friend. You can queue with the whole team. Doesn't matter. You'll be able to play online no matter what. But they made Morgott worse. Yeah, they buffed him. They made him better. Is what they did. They gave him some new tricks, some really nasty moves. No voice chat is a big L. I don't know, man. I think it could get a little like weird or toxic. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it goes. Plus, I really like how FromSoft does communication. You know, with the gestures and stuff. I think they're trying to have a focus on that. Interface controls are keyboard and mouse friendly. Unfortunately, I only played on PS5, so I can't tell you that. This is the big thing coming up? Yes, exactly. Everyone thought it was like the Dead by Daylight thing someone thought it was the Monster Hunter thing. I was like, oh man, you guys. Yeah, this is the thing I've been trying to tell you guys that I went to and I couldn't talk about for a while. I was super excited to. Yeah. There's still other stuff happening behind the scenes that I can't tell you guys. I hate NDAs, man. There's so much cool shit happening. I'm totally fucking stacked for this year, honestly. Insane. But yeah, too many secrets. Sorry, chat. That's all I can tell you. I can tell you for now. Stupid NDAs, man. Enemies from previous games are confirmed. Dude, I fought fucking Centipede Demon inside of this game. Yes, I can confirm it myself. And obviously he was in the trailer too if you watched. Nameless King and stuff. Anyone find Nameless? He was not in the test. No, he's not in the test. That would have been cool though. Is it fun? It was super fun. Yeah, it was super fun. I'm just worried about the longevity. And again, the roguelikeness, the randomness. I don't think the variety is going to be good enough in the final game. I'm not sure. I want to be proven wrong. That's sort of my major concern. Is it hard? Oh god, it's hard, yeah. It's just like Elden Ring. If you find Elden Ring difficult, this game will be difficult. I find Elden Ring very difficult. But I'm good at it now. I have fun with it. We freaking destroyed most of the enemies. But yeah, it's a hard game. Lord Spankworthy, thank you for the 22 months. Did you beat Nightreign yet, you noob? I did. I totally beat it. I didn't actually. We failed. I didn't. We failed. It sucked. How big is it? So again, we didn't get to play the final game, just the network test. The network test area is decently big. It's decently big. It's about the size of Limgrave. Because it was Limgrave. Because it is Limgrave. Called Limvale. Yeah. That'll do that. What do you like most about it so far? I love the permanent progression, builds, and possibilities. I am gonna have so much fun grinding the bosses, trying to get the perfect relics for my favorite character. That's what I'm actually looking forward to the most. I want to power up like Wilder, and I also want to unlock like the really expensive and hard to unlock skins for each character too. Those are the stuff I'm actually excited for most. I think one map will get boring really fast. That again is my main concern. They've said there's like only one map. Well, actually they haven't said that. They haven't said that. We've only seen one map. So it's possible there's more than one, but I don't think there is. They would have said. I think there's only one map. I think it's just Limvale, and they just mix up Limvale a lot. Yeah, they just changed the terrain, you know, like a volcano spawns, or like, you know, fucking Ash Lake spawns in Limvale, you know. They just do like drastic biome changes inside of Limvale. But Limvale is always sort of the same. Obviously some stuff changes per run. You know, you see like different camps in different areas and stuff. Like it mixes it up per run. But that's the thing, is it didn't do that on the test. It only did that apparently in the final game. So I just really need to play the final game for to make a final judgment, really. Higher rarity versions of the starting class weapons, if you upgrade them, yes, but you have to upgrade them. I don't think you can find higher rarity versions of the base weapons unless you find, like, you know, someone that had them that died, right? So you have to upgrade them yourself if you want to keep like Wilder's greatsword or like the Guardian's halberd. You gotta upgrade them. How many brand new enemies? There's only really technically the two. Again, the Night Lord at the end of the big boss, the big Cerebrus, three-headed dog. He's new, and then technically again the new old Centipede Demon from Dark Souls 1 with, you know, revamped sort of moveset. Can you just do 2 players without a third? No, you have to matchmake for a third player if you're 2. You can ignore that third player, but yeah, don't do that. Don't be that duo. I'm sure as a solo player, you know, you'll have to focus on following the duo around and trying to keep up with them no matter what, so. You can matchmake for a third? Yeah, you can matchmake with any amount of players, which is cool. Going solo, duo, or obviously with a full group. So there is matchmaking of every kind in this game. And again, this game is balanced around having 3 players. This game is completely balanced around 3 players. You said 2 new enemies? Yep, 2 new bosses. 2 new bosses. Obviously, there's going to be more in the full game. We've already seen that. There's a Nameless King. Which I guess isn't technically new. He's also from Dark Souls 3. And, yeah, there's not a lot of new enemies, but there doesn't need to be. This isn't about giving new enemies and new content. This is about making, you know, Elden Ring a roguelike experience. There's definitely going to be more bosses. There's a lot of stuff we haven't seen. That's guaranteed. But if you're going into this expecting Elden Ring 2, you're going to be sorely disappointed, right? Like, this is not what Elden Ring 2 is. This is not. It's got Elden Ring in the name. It is just Elden Ring. So, is there a way to play with my brother and another random one? Yeah, of course. Of course. You queue up with a password. You can set a password. Your brother queues up, you queue up, you join up, and then a random will automatically get queued up with you guys, and you'll go fight the boss you queued up for. Can you farm for new weapons besides the one we already saw that come with the character? Yeah, of course. There's loot all over the damn place. You'll find tons of weapons. All of them completely random throughout, like, you know, the entire Elden Ring arsenal. Yeah, chat, it's 1 o'clock. The state of play is in 4 hours. I don't think I'm going to make it, guys. I don't think I'm going to make state of play. But let's be honest, Bloodborne's not getting announced. So it's fine. It's probably going to be fucking nothing. It's probably going to be, you know, God of War 3 maybe. Or like, yeah, I don't know. What does PlayStation show? Yeah, it's just going to be, it's going to be PlayStation stuff. The Last of Us Part 7. Anyways, Gumby, thank you for the 84 months. Welcome back, dude. Hype, see you this weekend for test. Hell yeah, Gumby. It's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, they'll probably show the new Ghosts, which actually I'm really excited for. The game looks sick. Ghost of Yokai, right? Yeah. Or Yote. Yokai. How good is the final Night Lord in terms of moveset music about the cutscene? Oh, it's amazing, dude. Super, super high quality. Everything you expect from FromSoft. Super hard boss, too. Yeah, the final Cerberus. But I can't say his fucking name, so I'm just gonna call him the final boss. The final Cerberus fire dog boss. What carries over between runs? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The only form of permanent progression are relics. But they don't like technically carry over between runs. You earn them inside of runs. Triceradog. Yeah, we'll say that. Trisol something. Yeah, it was It was fucked up. His name is really fucked up. I think I called them triglycerides. Triglycerides? Yeah, that's my attempt. In what form do relics affect your character? It's totally random, the stats they can roll. They can range from healing your teammates with your Estus flasks to giving you an entirely unique ability on your character. So really cool stuff. Matrix, 2 new enemies in the network test, bro. Not the whole game. Network test is like 1 run of the game. So yeah, it's gonna have a lot more. Tricephalus. I got it. I fucking got it. It's not so bad. I don't know why I was struggling. I just needed to see it. Running speed looks faster. Yeah, you sprint as fast as Torrent. It's really fun. How many classes are there? 8 classes. And more in the DLC. Have they said anything about the other 4 classes? No, but we basically know what the other 4 classes are through interviews, through like other stuff, and through like looking at the trailer and like dissecting it like a lunatic. We know that the other classes are there's an archer, there's a summoner, there's a Sekiro guy with a katana who could deflect. He's a big deflect. And there's a bull goat strength dude. He's like a tanky bull goat dude. Like literally just like the strength build. So very cool. Can you level up? Yep, you level up. There's 15 levels total in this game. So it's very streamlined. Every level is super meaningful. Even level 1 to 2 is like fucking double your damage. Is crazy. How do you win in this game? You beat the run. So you defeat all the bosses of day 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, you win by defeating day 3's boss, essentially. This boss right here. And yeah, the end game is going to be grinding these bosses for money in the game. I think it's called Musk and relics. Because each run gives you random relic rolls. So it'll be a lot of fun. Carrying your team is going to feel good. I can't wait. I'm going to stream it. I mean, we're going to stream the network test. I'm probably going to be carrying some randoms. So. The way it's called Musk. I swear to God, I think it's Musk. Yeah. It's a weird. Merc, not Musk. Sorry, it's Merc. That's funny. I mixed it, chat. I mixed it. There's too many Musks. Yeah, Merc. Does the game have lore? It does. It does. Each character will talk to you after each run in the round table hold. All the playable characters are the NPCs. Any cosmetics? Yes, you can earn skins per characters through in-game currency. You talk to Wilder as Wilder? Oh, no. You have to switch characters to talk to Wilder. Like, if you're Wilder, right? Like, he won't be there. You become Wilder. So if you want to talk to Wilder, you switch characters, and then you can talk to Wilder. And then the character that you pick won't be there. No. So yeah, you don't get to like talk to Wilder as Wilder, even though you can queue up for like 3 Wilders, which is really funny. Do you feel like you're just fighting a boss with a summoned friend, or does it feel like the fights are balanced for 3 players? Are there archetypes, tank, healer, etc.? All of the above, yes, yes, and yes. The game is perfectly balanced around having 3 players. And there are archetypes. The tank is definitely Burbman, the Guardian. He can literally taunt and super block. Yeah, Duchess can heal. Duchess can heal. With fire, holy, I believe, and holy. Both of those are heals. Yeah. Have you tried playing alone? I did. I played a lot of solo. It was horrible. It was super hard. I got my ass beat. Even me being really good at these games, I was getting my ass beat, but I loved it. It was super fun. I'll definitely enjoy doing solo runs. Is anyone actually streaming gameplay or just playing the same clips over and over? I mean, this is gameplay, but yes, it is the same clip over and over because nobody has access to the game. Is it peer-to-peer? Yes. Yes. React to Lobo's Jr. reaction if possible. His reaction to what? I mean, I was right there with him. I already did. I already did in real life. I didn't record it. I'm sorry, we couldn't. Possible game of the year? For sure. For sure, if they do it right. Honestly, in my opinion, I think that this is... They're not going to fuck it up, but it's not going to be the best game ever. It's not going to be game of the year. I don't think. I think that this is going to be a really, really fun game. And it's going to be great, but it's going to have not a lot of replayability. They're going to... This is my prediction, chat. I don't think they're going to land what makes roguelikes really, really infinite replayability. They're just not going to make it. So it'll be fun. Yeah, it'll be fun for a few days, probably like a week or 2. It's going to be super fun. And then you're going to do everything in it, and most people are going to get bored. And they're going to be like, damn, this really do be the same map over and over. So, that's my main concern. And they're going to be like, damn, these runs really do be feeling the same. So, yeah, I'm worried that better players are gonna get bored quicker too. I think your skill in Elden Ring is gonna make this game boring quicker. So you're gonna actually suffer from success. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. This is a pure guesswork. I don't fucking know. This is me sort of being a negative Nancy for once, because usually I'm pretty positive about this stuff. But I mean, I think it's gonna be really good. I think it's going to be really good. I think this isn't going to be a 10 out of 10 must play. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope this is still a 10 out of 10 must play. If everyone's saying the beta is repetitive, it may make them change a lot of things. That's the thing, is I think that they know the beta is repetitive because that's the point, is to only have like 2 seeds and just test the network, right? It's not a game test. Like they know it is. That's the whole point. It's just the final game is not going to have enough variety. That's my biggest issue. My biggest concern. It's not even an issue because we don't know yet. We don't know. It's just a pure guess that FromSoft is going to miss the mark with the randomness and infinite replayability that makes a good roguelike. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. And it's crazy that I was the only one that's like being really negative on that point. You know, even more so than Vadi and Iron Pineapple usually are really critical on this stuff. I feel like maybe I'm being overly critical. I don't really know, but that's how I feel, so I'm gonna tell you. Yeah. We shall see. What about arrows? Infinite arrows. Infinite arrows. Which class is going to be the most complained about? I don't think anybody's going to complain about like classes because I mean it's a PvE game, you know. There might be like bad recluse players though, because she has really low vigor. So I think people are going to be really bad with her, and they're going to die in like one hit, and they're going to have to be kept on getting rezzed. So if anything, yeah, actually now thinking about it, maybe recluse, because she's a super high skill character, right? And there's going to be people who are like, ooh, cute mage girl, I pick her, without like knowing what she does or being good at her, and they're gonna make everyone else suffer for sure. So yeah, like I said, she's very squishy. She's the I didn't level up vigor character. The Namco, you know, representatives were begging people not to play her at the event. So that sort of gives you an idea of how that's gonna go. They were like, please do not pick recluse. They literally just said don't play her. I was like, damn, okay. And I was like, well, now I have to play her. I tried out all the characters, by the way. Which class are you maining? Definitely going for the Sekiro guy. Either the Sekiro guy or Wilder for sure. Those are already like guaranteed. Wilder's so much fun. I also do like the Duchess. She's really cool too. So I think Duchess, Wilder, and the Sekiro guy will be my 3 main characters. For sure. Wilder wild, he actually is. He like guarantees a stagger on every time he does his ultimate. It's crazy. Crossplay? No crossplay. Loot shared? It is. So you have to, you know, either share with your friends, ping stuff, or be a total loot goblin and take it all. However, there are stuff that isn't shared too. There's stuff that's not shared too. There's after you defeat a mini boss, you can get loot like for yourself. Karen Retaliation in the build you played? Everything's in the build. Everything, every single thing in Elden Ring, besides the DLC stuff, is inside of this game. Every Ash of War, every single spell, every piece of equipment, everything. Yeah. There's some really cool passive abilities on the legendary stuff too. Like I said, the coolest one I found was, speaking of carrying retaliation, it was automatically on the Dark Moon Greatsword. On the Dark Moon Greatsword, when you attack, it automatically casts carrying retaliation. So you can R1 and carrying retaliate at the exact same time. And what I was doing was doing the R2 to use the Moonlight Blast and Karen Retaliating. And then it would do the Moonlight Blast and then follow it up with the Karen Retaliation like immediately after. It was fantastic. What about talismans? Any worth mentioning? The exact same as Elden Ring. You know? If you like Elden Ring talismans, you're gonna like these talismans. It's the same as Elden Ring. As a long-time FromSoft fan, do you think I would enjoy the game? Guaranteed, yeah. If you like Elden Ring, you're gonna like this game. Almost guaranteed, yeah. You'll have fun with it. Anything carry over from Elden Ring? It's a totally different game. Not the same game at all. It's even a totally different type of game. Roguelike, so yeah. How do you feel about being peer-to-peer? It's gonna be peer-to-peer. It's a FromSoft game. They don't do dedicated servers. And again, from what I played, the connection was perfect. And it may have been because we were at at an event where we were next to each other, like physically, like with 0 ping, you know, basically on LAN connection. But I think that they really did improve the netcode, but we'll find out in 2 days. Come back in 2 days. Come back in 2 days so you can be actually disappointed that it's peer-to-peer. Is it true there'll be a DLC? Yes, there's going to be a DLC. It's coming out later this year. It's going to include new characters, new bosses, and new areas, did they say? I think they said new areas, which is really cool. That actually might help the longevity of the game. Elden Ring even good? It is probably the greatest game of all time, yeah. Is it worth $40? That should be the question everyone should be asking. Unfortunately, we don't know. We got to play the network test, which is the smallest, tiny little slice of the final game that it's like abysmal. So, yeah, we just don't know. I wish I could answer that question for you because I want to so bad. Long-term progression is in the form of relics. You get 3 relics a run, win or lose. You get better rarity depending on if you win or not, or how good you do. So the further you get, the higher rarity relics you get. If you win, you get the highest rarity relics. And those are the best in the game. And you equip 3 relics per character. So you get 3 random relics of different colors. And then you get to equip, 3 relics per character. And each character has different colors, relic slots. And eventually you'll be able to buy different color relic slots per character. But at the start, like, I think the Duchess only has green slots. So if you get a red or a blue, or I think there was yellow, you can't equip them on the Duchess until you buy for different color slots. But if you get green, obviously you can equip, all 3 on the slots. So, are the relics consumables? No. They're permanent upgrades that you just slock it in. Apparently you're able to gamble. I forgot. I think you can sell your relics. I think you can sell your relics and actually gamble at the round table hold. I totally forgot about that for better relics with the currency you earn if you want to spend it on that. I think you can like roll like, okay, I want a red relic and like try to gamba. Yeah, I'm almost positive that's something you could do. Sounds like some of the end game. Yeah, it's gonna be a huge, like, rolling better relics, trying to get the perfect ones for whatever build you want to make. Is it like Path of Exile? Not even close in any way, shape, or form, except that they have random stat rolls, and that's it. Yeah, that's where the similarities end. It's more like Blood Gems from Bloodborne, their other game, if you played that. Elden Lord Gundyr. They might put Gundyr in. I would be surprised if they didn't, honestly. He's so iconic. I'm excited to see Ornstein and Smell personally. You know he's in. It would be the biggest wasted opportunity if they did a massive crossover with Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and they didn't put the most iconic duo boss in the entire fucking series inside of this game. So I think we're almost guaranteed to see Ornstein and Smell. I can't wait, dude. I want to see those fuckers. I know they're in here. I know they're in here from Soft. You can't hide them from me. The oldest dragon slayer. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's dual wielding dark magic and lightning. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Stupid. Orphan. We might get Bloodborne. They might sneak in fucking Armored Core in there, dude. You have to fight 621. He stomps on you and kills you all in one hit. Yeah, who knows? Did you have fun? I had an absolute blast. I did have fun. I have major concerns, but no matter what, I had a lot of fun playing. That's something I can say. Okay, chat. It's been 4 hours. I'm fucking tired. I'm gonna call it here. Gosh, thank you so much for joining me for this amazing stream. I had a lot of fun hyping up the game with you guys, like talking about all nerding out, you know, with just, you know, talking about this game. I hope you enjoyed the QA. Hope I answered all your questions. And again, be sure to watch my video on YouTube for a huge summary of basically everything I talked about. If you haven't watched it already, be sure to check it out. I'm gonna go ahead and link it in the chat. I'm gonna sell out myself, and then we're gonna probably maybe raid somebody. I don't know if anybody's on. If anybody's on right now. Here we are. Hey guys, Oro here, and God. Last month, my dumb voice. That's awful. How you guys listen to me? Yeah, there's the video if you haven't seen it. You guys definitely check that out. That's all the information you need and more. And let me see here. Oh shit, yeah. Oh my god, chat, the party to the Nightreign party. Chat, the party to the night. That's me. That's, oh god, that was horrible. Sorry, I was just pulling up my Twitch. The Nightreign party, because they never ends. The Nightreign party never ends. You may have heard a bit of a spoiler, but almost, he's doing the exact same thing I'm doing, talking about his experience with a Nightreign. Again, he played it alongside me and Iron Pineapple, so he's probably gonna be able to answer your questions as well. And YouTube folks, lucky you, you guys don't have to go to Twitch. I got his fucking YouTube stream right here for you guys, right there in the chat. Yeah, so you can just go straight to his YouTube stream as well. He's based like me and streams on Twitch and YouTube. So we're gonna double raid his ass. Oro raid, spam his chat on both platforms, on every platform. Just overwhelm him with love. And I will see you. I will see you. Probably not later. Shit, yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow? Tomorrow? I'll see you when I see you guys. I'll see you when I fucking see you. Alright? I'm gonna have to see you when I see you. I'm gonna switch this. One sec. There we go. We're golden. I will see you guys in Lobos' stream again. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, night, whatever the fuck. See you soon. Peace, guys.